Chapter 404, Eating Medicinal Pills and Sleeping, Raising Realm Unconsciously. Eating medicinal pills and sleeping, raising realm unconsciously. This was the cultivation process that so many martial artists dreamt about. But even if Yi Yuan's cultivation did not have bottlenecks, it was also not possible to reach such a state. Cultivation was like sailing against the current, either advance or regress. On the matter of cultivation, no martial artists dared to slack off. But White Light's cultivation method, any martial artist who saw it would have an impulse to beat him up. Yi Yuan was no exemption either. Seeing that dim gaze from Yi Yuan, all the fur on White Light's body stood up. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's figure flashed, and he vanished. White Light immediately felt that something was wrong, but it was already too late. Yi Yuan caught hold of him. What white tiger dark light divine art? What can even cultivate when sleeping? Maddening your big brother to death. How can there be such a perverse divine art in this world? Yi Yuan rubbed White Light's tiger head furiously, rubbing until he was dizzy. By the time Yi Yuan stopped, all White Light could see were stars. Huff, huff. Yi Yuan was also panting, dog-tired. Messing around was messing around. Not that Yi Yuan was jealous of this cultivation method. It was just that he felt somewhat unfair. The cultivation method that White Light awakened should be a divine art that was tailor-made for the same kind of divine beast. Humans were unable to cultivate it. Even if Yi Yuan asked for it, it was useless too. Doesn't that mean that I'll have to provide medicinal pills for you nonstop in the future to let you cultivate? Yi Yuan looked at White Light from the corner of his eye. Hearing these words from Yi Yuan, White Light gave a flattering low roar and rubbed his face against Yi Yuan's cheek, saying, "Ha! I know that Big Brother is the best. Best my asterisk SS. Don't kiss my asterisk SS. Who did I provoke? To become a pill, refining coolly?" Yi Yuan had a gloomy look. Hee, how can you say coolly? Big Brother's alchemy skills are unparalleled in this world. Find happiness in it. Furthermore, White Light, still have some capabilities. I'll definitely find more treasures for Big Brother. White Light said fawningly. Yi Yuan said huffily, "I say, how did you know to follow me back then? Could it be that you already know that I knew alchemy back then?" I don't know either. I just felt especially cordial when I saw Big Brother. So I followed you in a daze, White Light said in confusion. All right, I'm scared of you. I'm going to begin closed seclusion to cultivate. This time, I'm going to break through to the 7th level crystal formation realm in one stroke. Yi Yuan said. White Light trembled and nearly slipped off from Yi Yuan's shoulder. As 7th level crystal formation realm. Big Brother, are you mistaken? You're only at the 2nd level crystal formation realm. White Light was taken aback by Yi Yuan. Not mistaken. It's 7th level crystal formation realm. This time, Zhao Cheng'an, that punk, almost killed us, making me very peeved. Each one of you all bullying that my realm is low, right? I'll break through for them to see. Yi Yuan said annoyedly. All along, Yi Yuan's adversaries were always stronger than him. This made it very disadvantageous for him every time he fought. Even if his essence energy was much thicker than other people, the disparity in realms could not be made up for. Although Yi Yuan defeated his opponents in the end, it had the feeling of walking on a tightrope practically every time. A few days back, if not for plus Howren making a move, he would already have been killed by Zhao Cheng'an. While Zhao Cheng'an's strength was decent, it was still too far away compared to Yi Yuan. The reason why he was formidable was because of his realm. Zhao Cheng'an comprehended true intent. For Yi Yuan to want to cross a major realm to win him, it was too difficult. Hence, Yi Yuan resolved his heart this time to enter close seclusion for a month and planned on breaking through 5 realms in succession. This was an impossible mission to others, but to Yi Yuan, it was merely a question of time. Day 2, the rear of the mountains where Yi Yuan was in seclusion. S.H.I. plus Haran Pa S. set a storage ring to Yi Yuan and said, "These are the tier 3 medicinal herbs that little junior brother you requested. It's all prepared properly." Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "Thank you very much, eldest senior brother." "What's there to thank? Merely just some tier 3 medicinal herbs. Not a big deal. But you made me prepare so many portions for you. You're not planning on refining pills alone, right? Could it be that this 1 month you're planning on refining a batch of tier 3 medicinal pills?" S.H.I. plus Haran asked curiously. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Wanting so many medicinal herbs is naturally to use to refine medicinal pills. But my close seclusion this time is in order to break through realms." S.H.I. plus Haran asked very curiously, "Even if little junior brother, you refine pills without sleep or rest to refine so many medicinal herbs into medicinal pills, it would probably take more than a month. How will you have time to break through realms?" Her little brother naturally has a plan," Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Clearly, he was unwilling to say any more. S.H.I. plus Haran suddenly recalled little junior brother's monstrousness and thought to himself, his pill refining speed should be faster than ordinary people, right? Or he did not even plan on finish these medicinal herbs, but to keep them for refining next time? Seeing that Yi Yuan did not wish to speak, it was naturally inconvenient for S.H.I. plus Haran to ask any more, and he took his leave. Yi Yuan casually waved a hand. The square cauldron and Yuan Fei appeared before his eyes at the same time. When Yuan Fei saw Yi Yuan, he bowed and greeted, "Young master." He had already followed Yi Yuan for close to a year. From the initial half-belief and half-skeptical to now, it was already prostrating on all fours. This 1 year, he practically ate demon crystal pills like candy. He was already peak tier 3 now, and only a step away from tier 4. A year ago, he did not even dare to think about it. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "I plan to refine a batch of medicinal pills this close seclusion to break through realms. You're already not far away from tier 4 at present. Back then, you promised to follow me for 10 years, and I'll refine the Demon Manor pill for you. This promise can be fulfilled now." Yuan Fei's entire body trembled, and his agitation could not be any greater. "Is what young master said true? When have I teased you before? The Demon Manor pill isn't some impressive medicinal pill to me. I can already refine it now. It was just that I always didn't have the time. After refining the Demon Manor pill, our debt is also considered settled. You can choose to leave me and return to the endless forest. Of course, the prerequisite is that I can return to the endless world." Evidently, Yi Yuan did not have huge confidence in returning. With the Pa-S Sing of Time, the war between the two worlds would get closer and closer. There were bound to be even more powerful people guarding the realm Pa-S Sageway. Wanting to smoke his way through it, like last time, was already not very likely. Yet, when Yuan Fei heard these words, he shuddered and hastily asked, "Does young master not want Yuan Fei anymore?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You don't overthink things. This 1 year, you have been following me. You should know my temperament as well. As long as I've acknowledged that person as one of my own, I absolutely won't hold anything back from him. You rendered much help to me this 1 year. I've treated you as a friend in my heart. How can I not want you? It's just that I still have to ask about your choice out of respect to you." Yuan Fei did not even think, and directly said, "If not for following young master, Yuan Fei would still be in the endless forest right now, living muddled and simple-minded days. How could I have the chance to advance to Tier 4? Following young master, the one who benefited isn't just Yuan Fei alone, but the entire Long-Arm Stone Ape clan. Yuan Fei and clansmen are willing to pledge allegiance to young master to the death and to never forsake you. Chapter 405. After following Yi Yuan, the Long-Arm Stone Ape clan could no longer be compared to the past. After following Yi Yuan, the Long-Arm Stone Ape clan could no longer be compared to the past. Back then, when Yi Yuan saw Yuan Fei, only he alone was a Tier 3 demonic beast. And now, there were already 20 to 30 Tier 3 Long-Arm Stone Apes. One could say that the collective strength of the Long-Arm Stone Ape clan went up a level. Such a huge transformation was something that Yuan Fei could never have imagined before following Yi Yuan. Now, asking Yuan Fei to leave Yi Yuan, he would not even know how to survive. "Ha, you willing to stay on? Of course I welcome it," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Yuan Fei's answer did not exceed his expectations. In truth, he already predicted this outcome when he solicited Yuan Fei back then. "Old Yuan, want to keep on eating the food, right? Ha! Following Big Brother, forget about Tier 4. Even taking form isn't something hard." White Light suddenly scoffed. Yuan Fei's old face turned red first, then immediately turned pale with great shock as he said, "White Light, you are actually Tier 3 already? How is it? Incredible, right? If you don't work hard, I'm going to Serpa S you very soon." White Light still had a child's disposition as he said with a proud look, "Stop talking nonsense. The one who wants to keep on eating the food is yourself, right? Don't bully Yuan Fei for being honest." Yi Yuan taunted with a smile. Cough, cough. "Big Brother, can't you just let me be happy for a while? All right. I know that we both owe it all to you, okay?" White Light said helplessly, "Good that you know. All right. This matter brooks no delay. I'm going to start refining pills. You guys help to guard me by the side," Yi Yuan said. The Demon Manor pill was a Tier 3 demonic pill. It was not much of a challenge to Yi Yuan, and he finished refining it very soon. The instant that Yuan Fei took the Demon Manor pill, he was so agitated that he could not speak. He was stammering for some time, stifling until Yuan Fei's face was black with a touch of red, getting ridiculed by White Light. "Ha ha ha. Old Yuan, one Demon Manor pill can make you agitated until like this. Such a good for nothing." White Light burst into laughter. Being interrupted by White Light like this, Yuan Fei cooled down a little instead. This brat's bloodline is invincible. How can you know the significance of the Demon Manor pill to me, making irresponsible and sarcastic remarks when you don't understand my plight?" White Light laughed and said, "Following Big Brother, this is just the beginning. Don't talk about a puny little Demon Manor pill. So what if it's a shapes? I plus sting pill? You're like this now. Wait until Big Brother refines a shapes. I plus sting pill for you. Wouldn't you be so agitated that you would breathe your last? Ha, then that would be fun." Hearing White Light's words, Yuan Fei could not help shuddering. Shapes. I plus sting pill. He had truly never thought that he would one day successfully shapes. I plus FT and advance to a Tier 5 demonic beast. Tier 5 demonic beasts, which was also a sovereign level demonic beast. It was another beginning to demonic beasts. But now he was about to step into the ranks of Tier 4 demonic beasts. Would Tier 5 still be far away? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What White Light said is right. It's just a Demon Manor pill. You don't have to be so agitated. Yuan Fei, do you still remember what I said to you before? Tier 5 Demon Sovereign, Tier 6 Demon Ancestor are all nothing difficult." Yuan Fei's emotions finally calmed down a little. He clasped his hands at Yi Yuan and said, Yuan Fei understands. Encountering young master is Yuan Fei's greatest fortune in this lifetime. Yuan Fei naturally would not forget the words that Yi Yuan said back then. At that time, Yi Yuan was still just an essence Qi realm youth, opening his mouth to say Tier 5. Tier 6, Yuan Fei still more or less doubted it. But a year's time had said. That essence Qi realm youth already grew into a crystal formation realm expert. Yuan Fei only knew what a fortunate thing it was to encounter Yi Yuan back then in retrospect. What are we still talking about these between us for? You make your preparations. Make use of this 1 month to break through to Tier 4, Yi Yuan said with a big laugh. Yuan Fei acknowledged and went to another place to enter seclusion. When Yuan Fei left, Yi Yuan put out all the medicinal herbs in the storage ring. The originally spa, R.S.E. and empty room immediately became full. Big brother, there are so many medicinal herbs. How do you plan on refining? White Light asked curiously. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Of course it's refining all of them together. As he said, all the essence energy in his body seethed, firing one seal after another into the square cauldron. The square cauldron initially looked like a metallic product, but at this time, it actually lit up gradually under Yi Yuan's seals. That appearance actually looked like a divine object, dumbfounding White Light who was watching. After over a dozen breaths, Yi Yuan was also exhausted until he panted heavily, while the square cauldron's L-U-S to gradually stabilize to huff. With my present strength, activating an array formation inside a profound artifact is also so taxing, said Yi Yuan powerly, while swallowing a condensed fragrance pill. Wow, this huge cauldron looks so impressive. Big brother, what you doing here? White Light asked doubtfully. Although this treasure was found by him, he was utterly clueless about the functions of this treasure and was filled with curiosity. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You look properly, only to see his essence energy seethe once again. A large pile of medicinal herbs actually flew inside the square cauldron, just like that. The next instant, the square cauldron gave off an immense brilliance, releasing a dazzling radiance from the mouth of the cauldron. It was also uncertain what was happening inside the cauldron. After 15 minutes, the radiance dissipated. The square cauldron returned to normal again. White Light was very nosy and scurried to the mouth of the cauldron right away, a pair of tiger eyes becoming wide saucers. Is this all medicinal embryos? My G. Oh, D, how did you do it? White Light exclaimed in shock. It wasn't done by me. It was this profound artifact's own array formation. As long as one activates the array formation, it can automatically extract and refine medicinal embryos. Yi Yuan explained. So amazing. Indeed, the treasures that I find are extraordinary. White Light flattered himself again. But so many medicinal embryos, you aren't planning on refining them all at once as well, right? White Light suddenly asked again. Of course. How troublesome is it to refine, one by one? Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Tisk, I'm really curious about Big Brother's origins. Your alchemy skills completely roll over the lower realm alchemists. That S.H.I. plus Howren's strength already seems to be very strong, but it isn't even enough to refine so many medicinal pills in a month's time. You're only at the alchemy grandmaster realm and can actually refine so many tier 3 medicinal pills in minutes. Simply heaven-defying. White Light sighed with admiration. Of course I have some background. When the time comes, I'll naturally tell you. As for now, don't inquire too much, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Not that Yi Yuan did not trust white light, but this road to revenge of his was too arduous. A single misstep, and it would be the outcome of eternal damnation. He did not even have any guarantee whether or not he could succeed in the end, so he did not wish to drag the innocent white light in. Fine then, I won't inquire. White light curled his mouth and said, after Yi Yuan regulated his breathing for a while, and his essence energy recovered to the peak condition, he started refining. The medicinal pill that he was refining this time was called Jade Spirit Pill. It was naturally a medicinal pill used for raising essence energy. The effects of this medicinal pill compared to the ones used by ordinary lower realm martial artists was way higher. The cleansing sandal's sacred flame spat out lightly, instantly igniting the square cauldron. But sadly, with Yi Yuan's current strength, he simply had no way of unleash plusing the full functions of the square cauldron. Otherwise, he completely did not need to waste strength to refine this batch of medicinal pills. He was still using the Tri-Origins samsara art, following one seal after another being struck into the square cauldron. The body of the cauldron radiated splendor once again. Chapter 406, Condense for me. Condense for me. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. The square cauldron's radiance gradually dimmed, recovering back to a metal lump. After fineness, plusing the refinement, Yi Yuan plopped onto the ground. Such a refinement was a tremendous test to both soul force and essence energy. There was basically an body who could accomplish it in the lower realms. Only an existence like Yi Yuan, whose control of soul force and essence energy was brilliant to the pinnacle, could complete a refinement like this. Big brother, it's done like this? White light asked in surprise. Still not done? Do you want to tire me to death? Yi Yuan said crossly. Cough, cough, I didn't mean that. But this is only half a day's time. White light felt like the scene before his eyes was not quite real. After breaking through to Tier 3, white light awakened inherited memories and had a much greater understanding of this world. In his inherited memories was knowledge on the aspects of alchemy. Refining so many medicinal pills was absolutely a colossal project. But Yi Yuan completed it in half a day's time. After resting for a bit, Yi Yuan finally caught his breath and said, My present strength is still too weak. If I have peak 9th level crystal formation realm strength, refining these toys can be done in 2 hours. White light gave a low roar and said scornfully, You're indeed a freak. Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, Go help me take a look. How's the quality of the medicinal pills? My realm breakthrough this time is all on these toys. White light scurried over to take a look. Inside the square cauldron was full of medicinal pills, probably hundreds. He observed those medicinal pills closely and was filled with astoundment in his heart. How is it? Yi Yuan asked impatiently. You're indeed a freak, refining pills like this, and it still resulted to such high quality. The vast majority inside is all high-grade medicinal pills. There is still quite a fair portion, which is superior grade. Only a very tiny portion is middle grade. Not even one transcendent grade. Fail. Yi Yuan said with a sigh. Transcendent grade. These are Tier 3 medicinal pills. White light was thoroughly defeated. Actually, the refinement this time, Yi Yuan's greatest drawback was still essence energy. A refinement like this was a tremendous test of the alchemist's essence energy. Without late-stage crystal formation, realm essence energy, it was very hard to sustain. Only Yi Yuan's way of splitting one portion of essence energy into 2 halves to use could support his refinement to succeed. If there were even a trace of waste, it would also not be possible to have the present results. All right, I'll recover my strength first. You play by yourself. Wait until I break through to late-stage crystal formation realm. Then I'll help you refine demon crystal pills, Yi Yuan said feebly. White Light was overjoyed upon hearing it, and said, "Ha! It's indeed Big Brother who dotes on me. Little brother, I will definitely break through to Tier 4 quickly. At that time, I'll protect Big Brother." Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "It will be pretty good if you don't drag me down." While he said that, verbally, Yi Yuan knew that White Light's strength could not be underestimated. Previously, when facing off against Zhao Cheng'an, White Light actually wounded the Sea Transformation realm Zhao Cheng'an with Tier 2 strength. His might could be seen at a glance. If White Light had Tier 4 strength, dealing with Zhao Cheng'an should be a cinch. Furthermore, Yi Yuan discovered that White Light would explode with extraordinary strength under certain special conditions. His speed would be unbelievably quick. Regarding that final strike against Zhao Cheng'an, even he did not see clearly what happened. Also, when White Light's mother was on her deathbed, White Light dealing with the 7 evils flowing cloud python was like so too. Looking at this, White Light's strength indeed could not be underestimated. The second day, Yi Yuan already recovered to his optimal condition and prepared to break through. He casually grabbed a bunch of Jade Spirit pills and directly stuffed them into his mouth. At the same time, Yi Yuan started to revolve the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art. Their medicinal properties were rapidly refined, flowing into the Dantian. The small crystal in Yi Yuan's Dantian continuously expanded. After a day, Yi Yuan directly broke through to the 3rd level crystal formation realm. Another 3 days said. Yi Yuan's momentum met no resistance the entire way, directly SMAs. Plussing the barrier between early-stage crystal formation realm and middle-stage crystal formation realm, breaking through to 4th level crystal formation realm. Time flowed like water. In a twinkle, a month had said. On this day, the essence energy inside another secret room surged, and was abnormally violent. Yuan Fei has divine beast bloodline, when all is said and done. His talent is actually not poor. It's just that the lower realm's resources and environment made it very hard for him to mature, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. TCH, isn't it just breaking through to a Tier 4? What's the big deal? As long as I have Big Brother providing demon crystal pills, I can surely break through to Tier 4 within half a year. White Light said disdainfully. Yi Yuan was speechless. This fellow said it as if he owed him. I say, don't you feel ashamed? Yuan Fei's improvement speed is indeed inferior to yours, but he didn't spend much time to break through from middle stage Tier 3 to peak Tier 3 either. If you didn't have the support of medicinal pills, you might not even be faster than him. Yi Yuan said huffily. Cough, cough. This tiger is a descendant of the 4 great divine beasts. How can a stone ape with a dilute bloodline be compared with me? If he has the capabilities, you make him not eat medicinal pills and compare cultivation speed with me. Actually, talking about improvement speed, we can't catch up to Big Brother even if we whipped our horses. In a month, you already broke through 4 realms consecutively, reaching the peak 6th level crystal formation realm. Although White Light saying these words looked a little like licking his boots, he was really very astonished in his heart. Yi Yuan's bloodline did not have any special aspects. His body was not even the most ordinary spirit physique. But Yi Yuan's breakthrough speed was not any bit slower than him, a divine beast progeny. This was the most freakies. Plus, while they were talking, the dilation of essence energy at the other secret room already calmed down. Yuan Fei walked out of the secret room. The aura of Yuan Fei, who broke through to Tier 4, was already completely different. It was only to see him conceal his splendor inwards with not a trace of essence energy escaping his body. One clearly could not sense his essence energy, but it gave people an extremely powerful feeling. This was still him just after breaking through a realm and not able to release and withdraw it as he pleased. Wait until he finished consolidating his realm. That sort of soul-stirring, threatening force would not emanate out, and he would look no different from ordinary demonic beasts. Yuan Fei was similarly a divine beast descendant. After breaking through to Tier 4, it was equivalent to stepping into the middle of the three realms. His divine beast bloodline would also trigger. His combat strength became exceedingly formidable. The Stone Ape clan was originally extremely skillful at fighting. Their combat strength even far said same-rank demonic beasts. It was just that Yuan Fei's divine beast bloodline was not activated in the past and was unable to unleash shocking combat strength. Ha! Old Yuan, how's the feeling of breaking through to Tier 4? Looking at your appearance, it's like you're going to totally destroy the room. White Light said with a laugh. He and Yuan Fei were old friends already too. Seeing Yuan Fei broke through, he was naturally very happy as well. But Yuan Fei gave a silly smile and said, "Just broke through. Essence energy is still unable to be controlled freely. I've incurred young masters' ridicule, but the feeling of breaking through to Tier 4 is truly excellent. I feel like my entire body is filled with strength and that I can punch through a mountain in one fist." Evidently, breaking through to Tier 4 made Yuan Fei very excited. After all, this was something he simply could not imagine before meeting Yi Yuan. Chapter 407. Ha! Looks like your divine beast bloodline awakened. Yi Yuan saw through Yuan Fei's transformation and said with a laugh. Ha! Looks like your divine beast bloodline awakened. Yi Yuan saw through Yuan Fei's transformation and said with a laugh, "Young master has good eyes. After breaking through to Tier 4, I've awakened another part of inherited memories. Furthermore, I feel an extremely powerful bloodline strength hidden inside my body." Yuan Fei said with joy. Yi Yuan nodded with a smile and said, "Indeed worthy of being the equals Heaven Sage Ape's progeny. As long as you can draw out this bloodline strength, you'll surely be an extremely formidable existence in the future." After a moment, Yuan Fei calmed down from basking in his joy and suddenly realized something not quite right. Yuan Fei gradually went from pleasantly surprised to astonishment. Ha! Old Yuan's reaction is really slow, only noticing now that something was off. You only broke through one level in a month's time. Big Brother is going to break through the 5th level very soon and advance to the late-stage crystal formation realm. White Light said in derision. Yuan Fei was filled with shock. Breaking through 5 levels in a month's time? Yi Yuan was at the crystal formation realm now, not the essence chi realm or spirit condensation realm back then. Wasn't such a breakthrough speed overly terrifying? Actually, logically speaking, the difficulty of this level that Yuan Fei broke through was far more challenging compared to Yi Yuan's 5 levels added up. But the problem was that the time used was too short. To some ordinary martial artists, a month's time was just barely enough for them to use to consolidate their realm. Even for those genius martial artists wanting to break through a level in a month, that was something impossible. But Yi Yuan broke through 5 levels in succession within a month? All right, it's late. Since Yuan Fei already broke through, you guys help to guard me. I'll break through to the 7th level crystal formation realm right now. Yi Yuan said indifferently. Yuan Fei felt indescribable shock in his heart. At the rate of this speed, Yi Yuan catching up to him was just something soon. Although Yuan Fei had long known that Yi Yuan's cultivation had virtually no bottlenecks, but to break through 5 realms in a month, such a speed was too unbelievable. Yi Yuan swallowed large one ties of jade spirit pills again, and started to break through to the 7th level crystal formation realm in full force. Even if Yi Yuan did not comprehend so many realms in this lifetime, directly breaking through 5 realms was not a big deal, and his current realm comprehension already greatly exceeded the current standards. It was just that since he reincarnated, he had practically been on the run constantly all along. There had been completely no chance to rest properly and cultivate essence energy, resulting in his realm being too low. Now, him breaking through 5 realms was actually just water flowing unhindered when the conditions were right. When the medicinal pills entered the abdomen, an essence energy tempest gradually formed, plunging the entire hidden room into a violent storm. Yuan Fei was incomparably shocked when he saw this scene. Did young master break through realms like this during this 1 month? Of course. Big brother breaking through realms has this tiger grandpa's. My style? Both of us eating medicinal pills like candy. Ha ha. White Light said with a loud laugh. Thinking about these 2 freaks, Yuan Fei was speechless for a long time. The Stone Ape clan indeed had powerful physiques, but even he did not dare to consume medicinal pills like this. He would be stuffed to death. The joy from previously breaking through to Tier 4 was already struck down at this time and badly mangled. He was deeply aware that before long he would be thoroughly said by these 2 freaks. Moreover, Yuan Fei knew that even if he broke through to Tier 4 now and awakened divine beast bloodline strength in a genuine life and death battle, he might not be Yuan's match either. After half a day, the essence energy inside the hidden room returned to serenity. Yi Yuan finally broke through to the 7th level crystal formation realm. Currently, the aura from Yi Yuan's body was much stronger compared to while being at the 2nd level crystal formation realm. Hee, how do you feel right now, big brother? White Light asked with a flattering face. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, if I meet Xiao Chingan again, even if I can't kill him, giving him a violent throz. Plussing should still be achievable. White Light shook his head strongly and said unhappily, big brother, you broke through 5 realms. Could it be that you still can't take care of that fellow? I know that your said with him. But his strength is indeed very mighty. To be able to comprehend true intent at his age, this is not what ordinary people can accomplish. Even if I already broke through to the 7th level crystal formation realm now, I'm still a major realm lower than him. To be able to defeat him is already pretty good, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Humph. Anyway, I'm just very upset. I don't care. Big brother, you quickly refine candy for me. I want to break through to Tier 4 as soon as possible, then viciously trample that fellow to death, and let him know that this tiger grandpa isn't nice to provoke. White Light said irately, there are plenty of chances. My soul force has already reached alchemy, grandmaster perfection, realm now. Refining demon crystal pill is but lifting a finger. I'll find a time to refine medicinal pills for you, but I've already been in seclusion for a month. Star Abyss's side should have some news too. We have to quickly exit seclusion. After all, we entered the fierce Gale world in order to rescue senior apprentice brother Yuntian, and the rest, Yi Yuan said. Although White Light was playful, he still knew how to prioritize what was important and what was less urgent. He had already followed Yi Yuan for a very long time and knew Yi Yuan's personality. So he stopped talking. Yi Yuan put Yuan Fei away in the spatial spirit artifact and exited the hidden room with White Light, but he saw that S.H.I. plus Howren was already waiting outside. When S.H.I. plus Howren saw Yi Yuan walk out. He came forward to greet with a smile. But when he saw Yi Yuan, his smile immediately froze on his face. Little junior brother, you, 7th level. My G.O.D. An alchemy king expert, like S.H.I. Plus Howren was also somewhat incoherent in speech currently. Ha! Little brother was lucky to break through several realms. Elder senior brother doesn't need to be so shocked, Yi Yuan said with a chuckle. He had long known that exiting seclusion would incur his senior's shock, but he could not be bothered with so much either. He could not break through in order not to let S.H.I. plus Howren and the rest get shocked, right? Furthermore, in the fear-scale world, it was riddled with dangers everywhere. If Yi Yuan still did not raise his realm, he would not even have the capital to protect himself. Lucky? How? How can I not be shocked? Little junior brother, I thought that you were in retreat to refine pills this 1 month. To think that you actually broke through 5 realms consecutively in one breath. S.H.I. plus Howren said with a bitter smile. Ha! Refining pills is naturally for breaking through too, Yi Yuan said with a chortle. S.H.I. plus Howren's expression because peculiar again. He said in surprise, those medicinal herbs you can't have. Seeing Yi Yuan nod his head with a smile, S.H.I. plus Howren nearly bit his own tongue off. You've got to be kidding. 1 month's time. Refining so many medicinal herbs into medicinal pills, and even breaking through 5 realms. Was this making a joke? Facing S.H.I. plus Howren, Yi Yuan knew that he could not conceal it, so he might as well not hide it from him. Little junior brother, you're really a freak. S.H.I. plus Howren heaved a long sigh and said, I previously warned you not to be in a rush to break through realms, but you just wouldn't listen. You breaking through like this will affect your future cultivation. Although breaking through 5 realms in succession was very monstrous, but it would inevitably cause the foundation to be unstable. This point, S.H.I. plus Howren was very clear. Honestly speaking, when he saw Yi Yuan standing here perfectly well, he already felt that it was a miracle. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, Eldest senior brother don't need to worry. I won't treat my own future as a joke. It was because I was scared that my foundation would be unstable that I only just broke through 5 realms. S.H.I. plus Howren was speechless. Chapter 408S.H. Plus Howren really did not know how he should express his emotions. S.H.I. plus Howren really did not know how he should express his emotions. What was called scared that foundation would be unstable? What was called only broke through 5 realms? The cultivation of essence energy was a grinding process. Even more talented martial artists would not dare to break through realms like this. S.H.I. plus Howren decided not to argue with Yi Yuan anymore. He was going to report this matter to Master and let Master come and urge little junior brother. Fine then, you win. S.H.I. plus Howren was speechless. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Is there some matter for eldest senior brother to wait here especially for me? S.H.I. plus Howren nodded and said, Master instructed a few days ago to ask you to go find him immediately after exiting seclusion, saying that there's something important to discuss with you. I estimated that you should exit seclusion right about today, so I came here to wait for you. Yi Yuan's heart stirred. Could it be that there were clues about the matter regarding his seniors? Thank you very much, eldest senior brother. I'll go see Master right away. Yi Yuan clasped his hand and gave thanks. Wait a minute, S.H.I. plus Howren suddenly said. Does eldest senior brother still have anything? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Before meeting Master, there's somebody that you probably have to meet. And who? Yi Yuan was somewhat confused. He did not seem to know many people in the capital. Why would there be people coming to find him? You'll know when you go and see. When Yi Yuan saw the arrival, he could not help having a foreboding feeling. Young Master Ji, I beg you to save second miss. Manager Tong grabbed Yi Yuan's arm and directly kneeled down, tears flowing down his old face. The arrival was precisely the Four Seas Building's manager, Tong Swan. Seeing his sniveling look, Yi Yuan's heart also involuntarily palpitated. He hurriedly supported Tong Swan and asked, "Don't be anxious, Manager Tong. Talk slowly. What happened to Miss Ruyan?" Tong Swan, choking through sobs, said, "Second Miss She consumed the 9 nether soul shattering powder this morning. At this time already, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said, "Go, talk on the way." Finished talking, Yi Yuan directly pulled Tong Swan and left like a gust of wind. Plus Howren hesitated for a moment and tagged along too. Along the way, the 3 people moved as swift as the wind. But Yi Yuan more or less also understood the sequence of events. Ever since the Grand Pill Assembly, the Shao family acquired 70% of the management rights anew. The family situation also took a turn for the better. But the matter of the martial compact, one tie-in to find a spouse, was already spilled water that could not be recovered. The Shao family did not have the confidence to withdraw the promise as well. Yet, Shao Ruyan did not wish to marry at all. This 1 month, she was all moody and depressed. In between this, Shao Ruyan even came to find Yi Yuan once. But Yi Yuan was in a close seclusion, watching helplessly as the day of the spouse, finding martial compact. One tie-in gradually approached. Shao Ruyan also slowly became melancholic and low-spirited. And, Body would have thought that she would actually swallow the 9 nether soul shattering powder tonight. The 9 nether soul shattering powder was an extremely fierce quasi-tier 4 poison. It could be said to kill upon contact with blood. By the time a maidservant discovered Shao Ruyan, she was already severely poisoned and incurable. Even Xiao Chongfeng, an alchemy king, was at a loss on what to do. But Tong Swan had a sudden inspiration and carried a just-try-it mindset to go and seek help at Qixia Mountain. To think that he just happened to be MP into Yi Yuan, who left seclusion. This foolish woman. Yi Yuan gnashed his teeth indignantly. Ever since Shao Ruyan stood up to support him in the Grand Pill Assembly, Yi Yuan already treated her as a friend. Towards friends, Yi Yuan naturally would not watch her die passively, but he still felt very livid towards Shao Ruyan's foolish actions. Don't wish to marry. You could run from the wedding, could run away from home, could pretend to go mad. Why did you have to use this sort of silly method? When Yi Yuan arrived at Shao Ruyan's chambers, the place was already in a chaotic mess. In truth, Shao Ruyan's alchemic talent was even stronger than Shao Rufing's. Her accomplishments in the future were bound to be extraordinary. But now, an alchemy genius of her generation, one of the peerless beauties of the capital's dual absolutes, actually said away like this. This made many people sigh unceasingly. When Yi Yuan saw Xiao Chongfeng, his eyes were red. Evidently, he was heartbroken too. Seeing Yi Yuan, Xiao Chongfeng was rather surprised, but he still came forward to greet. "I've seen young Master Ji." That day, the matter of the 7th prince bearing a rod to ask for punishment already caused a sensation in the entire capital. Everyone knew that the face of the 8th disciple that Sovereign Star Abyss took in was so big that it poked the skies. He actually made the 7th prince bear a rod to ask for punishment and kneel down to admit his fault, while in the capital, the ones who understood Yi Yuan best was none other than the Xiao family. Xiao Changfeng even held awe and veneration towards Yi Yuan in his heart. He, an alchemy king, was nothing in front of Sovereign Star Abyss. But Yi Yuan did not have any good ATT. I tooed. He sneered coldly and said, "You, as her father, are truly of the highest grade, to actually have forced your own daughter to death." Xiao Changfeng's expression dimmed, but he did not refute. He heaved a sigh and said, "Although I'm the family head, I don't have much of a choice either. Who knew? Who knew that Ruyan Shi would actually be so resolute? Enough C.R.A.P. Let me see Ruyan." Yi Yuan was not in the mood to talk rubbish with him. Xiao Changfeng nodded slightly and opened up the path. Yi Yuan rushed inside like a gust of wind. On the jade bed, Xiao Ruyan wore an unadorned but elegant white outfit, lying there quietly as if she was asleep. Seeing Xiao Ruyan, Yi Yuan finally let out a sigh in relief. Her qi had yet to dissipate fully. As long as her qi was not cut off, Yi Yuan could bring her back. "I'll scram outside for me." Yi Yuan went forward to prop Xiao Ruyan up and turned around to bellow. There were many Xiao family elders crowding around the scene. Seeing the situation, their eyebrows all furrowed. "Ji Qing, who the H.E.L. are you to dare yell at us like this? That's right. You're no longer Xiao family's guest retainer. When was it your turn to meddle in my Xiao family's affairs? Put Ruyan down. Otherwise, we won't be courteous. The dead is the most important. You even dare to touch Ruyan's remains. Do you really take my Xiao family to have no people?" Many Xiao family elders immediately refused to comply and made a row. Yi Yuan laughed coldly inwardly. He knew that the ones who forced Xiao Ruyan to death were precisely these hypocritical Xiao family elders. Xiao Ruyan once complained tearfully in front of him that these Xiao family elders all bullied her, selling her out like a commodity. Although Xiao Changfeng was a little weak and indecisive, he still cared deeply for Xiao Ruyan and would not go so far as to do this. But for the sake of the Xiao family's continuation, he did not say much either. Yi Yuan's heart was like a clear mirror, which was why he did not have a good ATT. I tooed towards Xiao Changfeng. Yi Yuan was naturally aware of Xiao Changfeng's difficulties. But in Yi Yuan's viewpoint, even if the Xiao family no longer existed tomorrow, he could not sacrifice his own daughter's happiness as a father either. "Xiao Changfeng, if you wish to see your daughter die like this, then let those dregs continue clamoring here." Yi Yuan's voice carried unspeakable rage. Xiao Changfeng was stunned when he heard this. He said in surprise, You can bring Ruyan back to life." Yi Yuan did not answer him. He just said coldly, "I don't wish for these flies to buzz around my ears nonstop. You, Ji Qing, you actually dare to call us dregs and flies. Changfeng, don't listen to this punk talk nonsense. Ruyan is already dead by being poisoned. Even if Sovereign Star Abyss came here, he can't save her too. Changfeng, as the head of a family, are you going to watch an outsider raise a row here?" For a moment, the Xiao family elders all exploded, reproaching Xiao Changfeng one after another. Chapter 4:09 Xiao Changfeng's expression flickered nonstop. Xiao Changfeng's expression flickered nonstop. He was an alchemy king expert. He could naturally tell that Xiao Ruyan was already without any vital activities, impossible to bring back. But Yi Yuan just had to say that he could bring her back. Should he believe Yi Yuan or not? So many elders were exerting pressure on him, demanding to chase Yi Yuan away. He could not disregard everybody's opinions either. For a moment, Xiao Changfeng wavered. He looked at Yi Yuan and suddenly recalled Yi Yuan's dazzling performance in the Grand Assembly. Perhaps he really could. The elders were still talking all at once, making Xiao Changfeng feel very irritated. "All shut your mouths for me," Xiao Changfeng roared, silencing everyone. "All get out for me. Let young Master Ji try." Xiao Changfeng said, "Changfeng, how can you be so muddled? How can people revive after they die? This boy is clearly here to cause trouble," said a Xiao family elder. Xiao Changfeng glared and said, "The one lying on the bed is my daughter. Can I even make this decision? And am I still the Xiao family's family head or not?" Xiao Changfeng's aura released. This time, no one dared to speak. These elders exchanged glances, but finally still withdrew out of the room. Yi Yuan watched indifferently, thinking to himself that this fellow was still not considered hopeless. Yi Yuan casually threw Xiao Changfeng a jade slip and said, "At least you have a bit of consciousness towards Ruyan. Prepare the medicinal herbs well according to this formula. I'll need to start a furnace to refine pills in a while." Xiao Changfeng nodded and did not say much as he left. Yi Yuan supported Xiao Ruyan well and executed the tempered profound gold finger once again. Roughly an hour later, the elders waiting outside the room were all quite impatient. "Oh, Changfeng, that boy is messing around. You're messing around with him too. You're an alchemy king. Even you've determined that Ruyan has died. How can he bring her back to life? Now, he chased all of us out here and stayed in Ruyan's chambers alone. Where is the sense of propriety?" The one speaking was a Xiao family elder with a rather high position, an exalted quasi-alchemy king too. His name was Xiao Changhong. Ever since the Xiao family seized back the medicinal pill market, these elders' confidence all swelled up one by one. They had immense faith that the Xiao family could rely on these 10 years to rise up once more. In the past, they felt a head shorter than others when they went out. But now, their heads all raised to the skies when they went outside. Hearing Xiao Changhong said so, Xiao Changfeng frowned, but did not speak. The more Xiao Changhong talked, the angrier he got. He even pointed the spearhead at Xiao Ruyan and said recalcitrantly, "Ruyan, this law S is seriously." The Xiao family raised her up so big and even nurtured her to become a high-rank alchemy grandmaster. How many resources were expended? Now, when the Xiao family needs her, she did something like this. It really chills our hearts greatly. Her death doesn't matter, but how are you going to give an account to the Huang and Shui families? That's right. Ruyan, this law S is seriously outrageous. With Xiao Changhong saying so, many elders immediately concurred. When Xiao Changhong saw that everyone stood on his side, he became even more zealous and continued. "As I said, Ruyan, this law S doesn't know what's good for her. Isn't it just marrying someone? Which girl doesn't marry? Also, those two young masters from the Huang family and Shui family are dragons among men. Could it be that they are still undeserving of Ruyan?" Right at this moment, a piercingly cold-killing intent suddenly attacked. Xiao Changhong had yet to figure out what was going on when his throat was already tightly grasped by a hand. Unable to speak, Yi Yuan pinned Xiao Changhong onto the wall and said icily, "You just try saying another cynical word. Cough. Cough, cough. I'll let go of me." Xiao Changhong's 2 feet were straight, but did not dare to resist. At this time, Yi Yuan just had to spit essence energy, and he could claim this old life of this. Seeing Yi Yuan overflowing with killing intent, the Xiao family elders all felt chills. This boy was only a crystal formation realm martial artist. How could he be so strong? Although Xiao Changhong was an alchemist, he was, at any rate, a 7th level C transformation realm martial artist. He did not even get to react and was pinned on the wall by Yi Yuan? You bunch of fools. As elders, you don't have any capabilities at all, and still need the juniors to sacrifice their own marital happiness to help achieve your selfish gains. Truly laughable. You all nurtured Ruyan. She has already done sufficiently well. These years, how much pressure was she, a little girl, shouldering? You these old fellows, other than gesticulating behind backs, what have you done? A bunch of opinionated things. Yi Yuan words were filled with rage, making everyone feel a chill unceasingly. Ji Qing, here is the Shao family. How can we allow you to be so insolent? What we do is the Shao family's own affairs. It's not your turn to come and bother. Quickly, let go of Elder Changhong. Another elder said grimly. Yi Yuan turned around and looked at that elder coldly. He suddenly smiled and said, "Is that so?" The elders were taken by Yi Yuan's aura and could not resist backing away. "You, what are you trying to do?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. "If I recall correctly, my Shao family's guest retainer ident. 1. Tai doesn't seem to have been removed yet, right? Since I'm a Shao family guest retainer, why can't I interfere with Shao family's affairs?" As Yi Yuan said, his face suddenly darkened as he said, "I can't be bothered with the Shao family's matters either. But Ruyan's matters are my matters. If you all dare to coerce her again in the future, your outcome will be like this rock." As he said, Yi Yuan casually fired out a blast of essence energy. A fake mountain, not far in the distance, instantly turned into dust. The elders' faces all changed. They were frightened by Yi Yuan's aura. To be able to instantly defeat Shao Changhong, Yi Yuan's strength could be seen at a glance. The Shao family naturally had Soul Sea realm martial artists too. But Yi Yuan was not alone by himself. Behind Yi Yuan stood Sovereign Star Abyss. To be able to make His Highness, the 7th Prince, kowtowed and apologized for his mistake, who in the capital dare to provoke this malefic star. Now, all scram far away from me, in case this little lord, I get vexed when I see you. Yi Yuan said with a cold snort. How could the elders dare to stay? Each one of them ran faster than rabbits. In the big courtyard, only Shao Changfeng and Yi Yuan were left currently. Shao Changfeng's expression changed again, very astonished by Yi Yuan's strength. He remembered that when Yi Yuan left the Shao family a month ago, he was still just 2nd level crystal formation realm strength. How long had it been only? And he was already at the 7th level crystal formation realm. But now was clearly not the time to be asking this. Shao Changfeng asked, rather awkwardly, "Young Master Ji, Ruyan Shi?" Yi Yuan looked at him nonchalantly and responded with a question instead. "Are the medicinal herbs all prepared?" Shao Changfeng hurried nodded and said, "All prepared. All inside my pill refinement room. Tong Swan is right outside. He'll bring you in." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "You go inside then. Ruyan still has some time before she'll wake up. I'll go and prepare the detoxification pill right now. You look after her well." Although he was long prepared, Shao Changfeng's entire body still trembled as he asked disbelievingly, You really brought her back to life?" Yi Yuan shot him a glance and said coolly, "Could it be that you wanted to see your own daughter die?" Chapter 4:10 on the Jade Bed. The beauty opened both eyes weakly. On the jade bed, the beauty opened both eyes weakly. Shao Changfeng was overjoyed as he said, "Ruyan, you're awake." Father." Shao Ruyan saw Shao Changfeng when she opened her eyes, but she stubbornly turned her head over and was unwilling to take another look. Shao Changfeng felt a heartache as he let out a feeble sigh and said, "Ruyan, Father knows that you have a grudge in your heart, but Father is helpless too." Shao Ruyan still had her head turned and refused to say a word. Shao Changfeng's heart was like it was being sliced by blades. He knew that his daughter was already extremely disappointed in him. Fine then. You aren't willing to listen to father's words, but you're willing to listen to Ji Qing's words, right? Xiao Changfeng sighed heavily and said. Xiao Ruyan's body quivered when she heard that and could not resist turning her head around, her eyes filled with doubt. Xiao Changfeng knew his daughter's thoughts and explained, Father is incapable. When I discovered that you were poisoned, Father was already powerless to do anything. It was Ji Qing's miraculous skills that could revive the dead that actually brought you back to life miraculously. Xiao Ruyan's eyes were filled with astoundment. She was clearer than anyone else about the toxicity of the 9 nether soul shattering powder. It could be said to kill upon infliction. After being poisoned for several hours, it was basically beyond redemption. Ji Qing could actually bring her back. How brilliant medical skills were needed for this. Where is he? Xiao Ruyan asked with a slight tremor. Xiao Changfeng sighed again and said, Ruyan, I know that you might not like to hear some words, but the spouse finding martial compat. 1. Tie-in is already unavoidable. Otherwise, it will be very hard for our Xiao family to keep a foothold in the capital in the future if we offend the 2 Huang and Xue families at the same time. Seeing his daughter's emotions becoming agitated, Xiao Changfeng hurriedly said, You don't get agitated first. Listen to me finish talking first. Perhaps this unsolvable situation now has an opportunity to reverse. Xiao Ruyan's beautiful eyes swirled slightly, and she said in surprise, Father's meaning is... Xiao Changfeng nodded and said, That's right. If you're really unwilling to marry into the 2 Huang and Xue families, maybe you can land this matter on Ji Qing. I think if it was Ji Qing you wouldn't reject, right? Hearing Xiao Changfeng's words, Xiao Ruyan's initially pallid and wan face because of weakness became flushed red. Seeing Xiao Ruyan putting on a posture to refute, but blushed instead, Xiao Changfeng sighed faintly and said, Actually, during the grand pill, as Semli, I already saw through your thoughts. After Ji Qing was taken in by Sovereign Star Abyss as a disciple, his status was also sufficient to be mentioned in the same breath as the Huang and Xue families. If the 2 of you were brought together, it isn't prohibited either. It's just... Hearing the first half of the sentence, Xiao Ruyan was actually slightly gleeful in her heart. But when she heard the 2 words, it's just... Xiao Ruyan's heart involuntarily plunged, and she asked weakly, It's just what? Sigh. I never would have thought that you would do something so resolute. I'm afraid that you drop flowers pining for love while he, a heartless brook, babbles along. Xiao Changfeng said with a sigh. Xiao Ruyan's heart involuntarily jolted fiercely, as she said unresignedly, If he doesn't have interest in me, why did he help me repeatedly? Father is somebody who has gone through it all. Ultimately, I can see things clearer than you. Although I don't know why he entered the Xiao family, Ji Qing definitely came harboring some kind of goal. That was why Father carried out an unwise decision to intentionally let him and Tong Wenkong face off, who knew that unexpected sowing led to blooming in the garden. Ji Qing actually became the Xiao family's savior. Honestly, Father actually already completely infuriated him at that time with distrust. If not for you standing up to support him vehemently, he would probably have already flicked his sleeves and left. Hearing Xiao Changfeng's words, Xiao Ruyan was even more puzzled. Since that's the case, doesn't that show even more clearly? Xiao Changfeng shook his head and said, It's precisely because of this that showed more clearly he doesn't have feelings of man and women towards you, but ties of friends. I+P, if he entered the Xiao family because of you, he definitely wouldn't have gotten so angry because of Father's distrust. He also would not have performed so low-key in the grand pill. Semli, but try to think of ways to make you and Father value him highly. Although I don't know why, Something must have happened during the grand pill, and Semli to have utterly infuriated him, making him destroy Tong Wenchong completely. Listening up to here, Xiao Ruyan's complexion immediately became as pale as paper again. Those closely involved could not see clearly. Only with Xiao Changfeng, lising like this, did Xiao Ruyan know that maybe it was her wishful thinking. A line of clear tears flowed down uncontrollably again. Ruyan, you don't have to be like this. This matter might still have a turnaround, Xiao Changfeng said. Xiao Ruyan said in tears, Father doesn't need to console me. I'm not consoling you. Perhaps you can really fight on this matter. Previously, I didn't have assurance, but now I have 70% confidence. Xiao Changfeng said, 70% confidence. Xiao Ruyan asked doubtfully. Xiao Changfeng nodded and said, that's right. Ji Qing should have his objectives coming to the Xiao family, so I didn't have any confidence at all. I was afraid of offending a future major figure, so I didn't open my mouth all along. But today, through your affairs, I can conclude that Ji Qing is somebody who values brotherhood immensely. If you're really unwilling to marry into the Tu Huang and Shui family, maybe you can poke open this layer of windowpane paper to him. With his disposition, I believe that he wouldn't wish to see you jump into a fire pit. Xiao Ruyan's eyes could not help lighting up, but dimmed very quickly. To a girl, especially a peerless beauty like Xiao Ruyan, asking her to poke a hole through this layer of windowpane paper was too hard. This need enormous courage. Furthermore, Xiao Changfeng already made it very clear just now Yi Yuan only had feelings of friends. H.I.+PS towards her. What if he rejected? By not poking a hole, maybe they could still be friends. Once she poked a hole through this windowpane paper, they might not even be friends anymore. This was not the outcome that Xiao Ruyan wanted. Despair was the greatest sorrow. At that time, she might feel even worse than dying. Xiao Ruyan clearly fell into an extreme internal conflict. Sigh, I know that this is somewhat cruel to you two, but this is already the best plan that father can think of. Most importantly, you're in love with Ji Qing, isn't it? Ji Qing has already waited outside for a long time. I'll go call him in now. As for whether you tell him or not, that will have to depend on yourself. Xiao Changfeng sighed lightly and turned around and left. Xiao Ruyan did not notice that at the moment he turned around, a glimmer of light flashed across Xiao Changfeng's eyes. It was true that Xiao Changfeng said this for the sake of his daughter. But more importantly, once Yi Yuan and Xiao Ruyan became a pair, it would be equivalent to the Xiao family getting close to the Alchemist Association, this giant banner. With this layer of relation, body could shake the position of the Xiao family in the capital anymore. Star Abyss actually dared to sanction the royal family for Yi Yuan. It could be seen how highly he valued this disciple. Once the two people tied the nuptial knot, the arrangement in the capital's alchemy scene would undergo a change again, and the grand pill assembly would not have the need to be carried out anymore. This was Xiao Changfeng's deeper-level scheme. Xiao Ruyan's thoughts were pure. How could she see through Xiao Changfeng's such deep thoughts? Speaking of which, even if she saw through it, she would most likely want to hold Yi Yuan's heart without looking back as well. Right? Expose the truth. Chapter 411, seeing Yi Yuan again. Xiao Ruyan's tears once again flowed down with disappointment. Seeing Yi Yuan again, Xiao Ruyan's tears once again flowed down with disappointment. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, how big a matter was it? Was there a need to attempt suicide? Such a beautiful girl. So many people are fighting to have. Such a pity if you died. Putting yourself at home to be a flower vase is also pretty good. Poochie. One sentence tickled Xiao Ruyan, turning tears into smiles. Rolling her eyes at Yi Yuan, she pouted and said, "Can't you say something properly for once? Frivolous." Her eyes were filled with amorous feelings, mesmerizing people to death, putting Yi Yuan, who was looking into a trace, as well. Huh, didn't I see that the atmosphere was somewhat awkward and wanted to liven things up? Yi Yuan said slightly awkwardly, but Xiao Ruyan's eyes dimmed, and she shouted begrudgingly, "You shouldn't have saved me. Didn't I already save you? Ha ha, you foolish girl. Is it worth it to do this?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. Xiao Ruyan sighed and said, "There's no worth it or not, only willing or not. I don't wish to go against father's intention, and also don't wish for myself to become another person's accessory. This was the best option." "Ah, what are you doing?" Xiao Ruyan was just bemoaning her fate vacantly when suddenly a face popped up in front of her, making her jump in fright and hastily backing away. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "You're lying." That scene earlier made Xiao Ruyan's little heart flutter, only to see her FLUS teared expression, her eyes dodging like she did something guilty. When did I?" Xiao Ruyan said softly, "Your eyes betrayed out. The eyes of a person whose heart is dead, like ashes, are utterly without a lease of life. But you are filled with attachment towards this world. As so, what then? I have no other choice." Having her thoughts exposed by Yi Yuan, Xiao Ruyan said with hints of embarrassment, "Of course, she was filled with attachments towards this world. She was attached to her alchemy path. She was attached to her parents and her elder brother. She was attached to Yi Yuan." The Xiao Ruyan at this time was very sensitive. She felt that Yi Yuan was well disposed towards her, but Yi Yuan completely turned a blind eye to her. He clearly knew that the spouse finding martial combat. Tian was about to begin, yet he still entered close seclusion to cultivate. In her despair, she chose this sort of extreme way of doing things. "Ha, don't wish to die, then don't die," Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Xiao Ruyan did not know where the courage came from. She suddenly yelled at Yi Yuan, "Easy talk for you. Do you know how powerful first-rate families are? Do you know the Xiao family's current predicament? Do you know my circumstances? Don't want to die? What about the spouse finding martial combat? Tian? Could it be that you're going to go defeat Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaiha and marry me?" Saying "finish" the words in one breath, Xiao Ruyan stared fixedly at Yi Yuan's eyes, looking very furious, but in truth, her heart already leaped up to her throat. She was worried Yi Yuan would say no, worried that Yi Yuan would turn around and leave. The two people stared at each other. For a moment, there was only the sound of breathing in the room. Fine. After a moment, Yi Yuan suddenly cracked a smile and said, "What?" Xiao Ruyan did not react right away and instinctively blurted out, "I'll help you settle those two fellows. But I have no way of marrying you." Yi Yuan felt that regarding this kind of matters, it was better not to do things sloppily. What do you mean?" Xiao Ruyan was pleasantly surprised earlier, but the second half of Yi Yuan's sentence splashed down like a basin of cold water. "My meaning is that I'll partake 8 in the spouse finding martial combat, Tian, and help you take care of those two punks. But I have no way of marrying you," Yi Yuan said. Although he knew that these words were rather hurtful, he had no choice but to say it. Yi Yuan only entered the fierce-scale world in order to save people. Whether he could return to the endless world alive was another matter altogether. Even if he returned to the endless world, their two sides were also destined to be enemies. Could enemy and enemy be together? Yi Yuan naturally liked beauties, but he did not have the qualifications to enjoy beautiful women right now. He could only treat Xiao Ruyan as a friend, Since he treated Xiao Ruyan as a friend, he could not bring great harm to her. This was Yi Yuan's principle. He did not agree to Nanfeng ruoqing and Nanfeng Zhiro back, then also because of this reason. Can you tell me why? Not knowing why, Xiao Ruyan calmed down at this time instead. Yi Yuan shook his head with a bitter smile and said, I have my own difficulties. Sorry. Xiao Ruyan nodded and actually smiled sweetly, saying, As long as you don't let me marry those two fellows, that will do. Thank you, Ji Qing. Seeing Xiao Ruyan like so, Yi Yuan's heart eased up slightly. Honestly speaking, dealing with matters of the heart was really not his strong suit. Yi Yuan smiled awkwardly and said, What's to thank? Being of service to Miss Ruyan is something that many men in the capital dream to have. Other people can't even beg for it, but I gained a huge advantage. Haha. Yi Yuan himself felt that this joke was not funny at all, but Xiao Ruyan giggled nonstop, no matter how one looked at it. This laugh carried some misery and bitterness inside. But Yi Yuan did not know how to resolve it either. Ah, Ji Qing, you're actually 7th level crystal formation realm already? Xiao Ruyan suddenly noticed something, and the laughter stopped. My close seclusion, this 1 month was in order to break through realms, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. I really can't see through you more and more. Your strength in the alchemy path is powerful until it makes people despair. You actually have such peerless talent in the martial path too. Just what kind of existence are you? In Xiao Ruyan's viewpoint, Yi Yuan was an enigmatic man. Or perhaps it was precisely this point which attracted her deeply. Ha! I am me, a different colored firework. Frivolous. But even if you broke through to the 7th level crystal formation realm, you're still a lot worse than them. If you can't do it, don't force it. Xiao Ruyan said worriedly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Relax. Just 2 middle stage sea transformation realms. I think nothing of them. Really? Xiao Ruyan said doubtfully. Of course it's true. Yi Yuan said confidently. All right then, but I still have one matter to request of you. You mustn't reject me. Xiao Ruyan suddenly said seriously. You say it first. I'll definitely agree, what I can promise. Yi Yuan did not fall for it and decided to hear the contents first before deciding. Xiao Ruyan looked at Yi Yuan with a begrudging face and said, This fellow, really don't have the thoughts of being tender towards women. Ha! Yi Yuan gave a laugh. If you can really defeat Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe, you don't have to marry me, but I want to follow you in the future. Xiao Ruyan said, follow me? Yi Yuan had an astonished look. Yeah, you defeat them in front of the entire capital, but refuse to marry me. How will I marry in the future? So, I'm going to stick to you in the future. I want to follow you. If you don't agree, I'll just die another round. Either way, I'm already somebody who died once. Xiao Ruyan threatened. Yi Yuan felt his head swell and he waved his hands, saying, What's the deal with you following me? I already said that I have my own difficulties. That's simple. You just take me in as a disciple, and that will do. A hint of cunning flickered across Xiao Ruyan's eyes. Chapter 4:12 Yi Yuan looked at Xiao Ruyan rather surprisedly and blurted out, Take you in as a disciple. Yi Yuan looked at Xiao Ruyan rather surprisedly and blurted out, Take you in as a disciple. Yeah, I'm not forcing you to become Dao companions with me either. It's just taking me in as a disciple. Not overboard, right? Xiao Ruyan said. This. Yi Yuan could not help hesitating. He did not even officially take in disciples in his previous life. He really did not have the desire to be a teacher. Xiao Ruyan suddenly raising this condition made him unable to make a choice for a moment. Not that Yi Yuan was averse to take a disciple, it was just that he was not willing to waste time on something like teaching disciples in his previous life. So, he could not be bothered to take any disciples. People like Li Daohang belonged to those with better luck. They were people who were able to learn alchemy by his side. Even if he did not deliberately go and teach, Li Daohang also used just 100 years to cultivate from alchemy ancestor to alchemy venerable realm, only a step away from stepping into alchemy emperor. One could say that being beside Yi Yuan, even if it was just being a little medicine boy, it would also be endlessly beneficial. Xiao Ruyan could not help being anxious when she saw Yi Yuan hesitate and said, "Don't say anything like you're young and can't teach me. I know the disparity between us. Your strength is more than enough to be my master. If you don't even agree to this, I don't need you to get on the stage either. At most, I'll consume another portion of 9 nether soul shattering powder." One had to acknowledge that when a woman like Xiao Ruyan acted like a spoiled girl, all men would find it hard to resist. First, cry. Second, make a fuss. And third, hang oneself. Even knowing all these, Yi Yuan was just weak to this tactic. He instantly said helplessly, "Fine then, be my disciple then. But I'll say the nasty things first. I will leave the capital in the future." Yi Yuan naturally would not stay here for a long time. As long as he rescued his fellow apprentices, he would leave immediately. Who knew that Xiao Ruyan became overjoyed and said, "Doesn't matter. Wherever you are, I'll be there. I have a feeling that by following you, I'll get even closer to the magnificent Tao of alchemy. And if you go, what about your parents and brother?" Xiao Ruyan's eyes dimmed as she said, "The Xiao family has seized back management rights. My mission is already completed. The Xiao family doesn't need me anymore. As for father and mother, they still have big brother and other children. One less person is fine." Yi Yuan's eyes flickered, but he did not speak. He could sense the blow that this incident had on Xiao Ruyan was tremendous. The heartlessness of the Xiao family elders already made Xiao Ruyan lose complete faith in the Xiao family. Continuing to stay in the Xiao family, as long as she could be the bargaining chip for their exchange of benefits, they would not care about Xiao Ruyan's feelings. To the Xiao Ruyan, who had already died once, she had already come to accept many things. These past 20 years, she lived for the Xiao family. From today onwards, she would live for herself. She wanted to pursue her own path, her own happiness. It was just that Yi Yuan did not know if he told her that he was an endless world native, would she leave with him or not? Following S.H.I. plus Howren out of the Xiao family, Yi Yuan kept feeling very odd in his heart. This female disciple was accepted somewhat awkwardly no matter how one looked at it. Other people took in disciples in order to continue their legacy, but why did it have the feeling that he took in Xiao Ruyan because of some ulterior motives? To S.H.I. plus Howren, Yi Yuan did not have much to hide and directly told him the agreement with Xiao Ruyan for him to hear. After S.H.I. plus Howren heard it, he first sized Yi Yuan up with a peculiar look in his eyes, and he finally raised a big thumbs up as he exclaimed with admiration, "Little junior brother is indeed extraordinary. Other people are all fighting to take the 2 absolutes back home to be Tao companions, but you actually blazed a new trail and started playing with teacher-student love affair." Yi Yuan had an impulse to collapse. He said huffily, "What teacher-student love affair? I didn't want to take her in as a disciple, but she threatened to die. What can I do?" Little junior brother doesn't need to have any qualms. There's nothing bad about teacher-student relations. H.I. plus P either. Instead, it has another flavor. Little junior brother just has to be yourself. With Master and me backing you, what's there to fear? S.H.I. plus Haran said with a laugh. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and was utterly defeated by this dirty old man and just ignored him altogether. Returning to Qixia Mountain, Yi Yuan directly went to see Star Abyss. When Star Abyss saw Yi Yuan, he similarly had a look of astonishment. Even if you took over a body to rebirth, isn't this cultivation speed a little too fast? Star Abyss said in astonishment. Yi Yuan was not willing to waste his breath on this. He waved his hands and said, "Relax, I know what I'm doing. Something like killing the chicken to retrieve the egg. I won't do it. You came to find me. Is there some news?" Star Abyss smiled faintly and waved his sleeves. Several human silhouettes appeared out of thin air. This Star Abyss actually had a spatial spirit artifact too. Seeing these few figures, Yi Yuan could not help lightly trembling all over. Senior Apprentice Brother Mo. Senior Apprentice Brother Wujiu. Senior Apprentice Brother Tianyu. Senior Apprentice Brother Du. Senior Apprentice Brother Chen. It's really great that you're all fine, Yi Yuan said agitatedly. These few people were shockingly Mo Yuntian. And the rest, apart from Mei Zhan, everybody was all here. Yi Yuan did not think that Star Abyss was actually so extravagant, rescuing everyone in one shot. It was just that Mo Yuntian, and the rest all had vacant eyes. They were similar as the Du Cheng that Yi Yuan saw that day. Clearly, the divine soul prohibitions had yet to be removed. Their divine soul restrictions will be up to you to undo then. Otherwise, I can't explain to them, Star Abyss said. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and said with a nod, "You did very well. This time, thank you very much." Star Abyss smiled and said, "With my status, asking for a few slaves is still not a problem. It's just that Mei Zhen whom you mentioned is quite troublesome." Yi Yuan frowned and asked, "How so?" Star Abyss said, "This batch of endless world slaves, the highest strength is at the sea transformation realm. And sea transformation realm slaves are all kept by the royal family. Because that Mei Zhen is a sea transformation realm expert, he was naturally kept behind by the royal family. Speaking of which, it's a coincidence too. The one who took him in was none other than 7th Prince, Zhao Chenggan. We were just at odds with the royal family. It isn't convenient to open our mouths and ask for him at this time. Otherwise, it would be too obvious." Yi Yuan's eyebrows knitted together even tighter. If Mei Zhen was in Zhao Chenggan's hands, then this matter was truly quite hard to deal with. After a long while, Yi Yuan finally slowly said, "This matter is indeed a little troublesome. But I've remembered this favor. How about this? My present strength can't help you much, but I'll impart you a piece of soul cultivation formula." Star Abyss's entire body trembled as he said disbelievingly, "What kind of soul cultivation formula?" As the chairman of the Alchemist Association, Star Abyss naturally did not lack soul cultivation formulas. Otherwise, he would have no way of becoming a sovereign either. But Star Abyss knew that the soul cultivation formula that Yi Yuan was imparting him would surely be extraordinary, at least with his present strength and status. It was impossible to get. Star Abyss never dreamt that Yi Yuan's recompense would actually be so generous. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "This soul cultivation formula is called Heavenly Luo Soul Refining Art. It is a Tier 9 cultivation method." Tier 9 cultivation method. Although he knew that Yi Yuan would not take some common where to fool him, when he heard Tier 9 cultivation method, these several words, Star Abyss's heart still failed to live up to his expectations and pounded fiercely. Chapter 413. The Heavenly Luo Soul Refining Art is just an ordinary Tier 9 cultivation method. It can at most support your cultivation to the Alchemy Emperor realm not much of a big deal. But with your present realm, it's more than plenty. The heavenly Luo soul refining art is just an ordinary Tier 9 cultivation method. It can at most support your cultivation to the Alchemy Emperor realm, not much of a big deal. But with your present realm, it's more than plenty. To Yi Yuan, Tier 9 cultivation methods were really no big deal. In Yi Yuan's brain, there were as many as over a dozen Tier 9 cultivation methods. The heavenly Luo soul refining art was just an inconspicuous one. Similarly, a Tier 9 cultivation method, the heavenly Luo soul refining art was way lousier than the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation. One had to know that the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation was the cultivation method that supported Ji Zhengyang and Ji Qingyun to the peak alchemy emperor realm. It was absolutely a top grade among top grades. In his previous life and this life, Yi Yuan only imparted this cultivation method to his father, Yi Hang. Even Li Daohang, this half a disciple, Yi Yuan did not easily impart it to. Thank you for Senior's great grace. Star Abyss was overwhelmed by emotions and gave thanks. Yi Yuan waved his hands and said, disregarding that you've rendered such a great help to me, just the fact that you're Li Daohang, that boy's disciple, imparting you a soul formula isn't something of a big deal either. It's just that this life. I also don't know if I'll have the opportunity to make up for it. Towards this sort of topic, Star Abyss felt unable to interject a single word in. He could only remain silent by the side. Yi Yuan imparted the heavenly Luo soul refining technique to Star Abyss. He no longer doubted Yi Yuan's ident. One Tai. How could a crystal formation realm boy possibly know a Tier 9 cultivation method? This was a Tier 9 cultivation method. To lower realm martial artists, Tier 9 cultivation methods were paramount existences. Deity realm? What did that have to do with lower realm martial artists? 2 days later, at the largest plaza in the capital, the Wind Emperor Plaza. Perhaps the Shao family was not some peak major family clan, but as one of the capital's two absolute beauties, Shao Ruyan was practically a household name. Her spouse finding martial compat. Tian was naturally also the focus of everyone. At this moment, the Wind Emperor Plaza was swarming with people. It was virtually the situation of watertight. The Shao family completely did not antic. Ate such a spectacle. The spouse finding martial compat. Tian had already been in progress for several months now. The martial artists who met the requirement already reached the tens of thousands. Among these people, the vast majority were actually just in order to make a name for themselves. Because everyone in the world knew that this spouse finding martial compat. Tian match was carried out for the two Huang and Xue families, and the Huang family's Huang Wenqiu and the Xue family's Xue Zaiha were practically the cream of the crop of the fierce Gale world's junior generation. Under the Cirque stances where the other two great experts in the capital were absent, they virtually had victory in their grasp already. To the two Huang and Xue families, the Shao family was indeed not considered much. But to the tens of thousands of martial artists in the world, the Shao family was an exceedingly powerful existence. To martial artists of the junior generation, to be able to bring back the beauty and enter the Shao family, this temptation was seriously too great. Hence, even if everyone knew that there was no chance of success this time, the youngsters who registered were still bursting at the seams. In the center of the Wind Emperor Plaza, a high stage was established. The high stage was already fully occupied by eminent guests. Among them included the various large families' upper echelons, as well as the distinguished members of the junior generation. Both Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaiha were shockingly there. It was also uncertain whether it was deliberate or unintentional that these two leaders of the young generation sat together. The arena match had yet to begin, and the smell of gunpowder between the two became heavy. Xue Zaiha, I urge you to better find a reason to withdraw now. After today, the capital won't have whatever juxtaposed number 2 experts anymore. Huang Wenqiu's words were filled with the smell of gunpowder. But when Shui Zaihe heard that, he just smiled faintly and said, "Haha, I think so too. 2 number 2 experts. Don't you feel that it's too many?" Huang Wenqiu's face darkened, and he said, "Looks like you refuse to give up until all hope is lost. Fine. Today I'll let you have a taste of defeat and know what is called heaven beyond heaven and people beyond people." Xiao Changfeng sat not far away from the two. Towards the dispute between these two people, he was deeply aware. He immediately smiled and said, "Two honorable nephews don't need to be like this. You two are the capital's top people and are bound to Serpa S. us old fellows in the future. Today is just a martial compet. One, tie in to find a spouse, not some family clan's desperate fight. Both of you mustn't hurt your friendly relations because of this." These words sounded like mediating between fights, but recalling it carefully, it was always somewhat wrong. The two people's shrewdness were still shallow after all. Seeing that Xiao Changfeng spoke, Huang Wenqiu took the lead to express his attitude, saying, "Father-in-law, have a seat for a moment. After Wenqiu sweeps away these stinky salted fish, I'll come and marry Ruyin tomorrow." Shui Zaihe sneered and said, "With the likes of you? Pa S through my hurdle first before talking." The two people chimed in one after another. Not only did Xiao Changfeng's words not placid the two people, but it also intensified the situation instead. Right at this time, only to hear Tong Xuan shout in a clear voice, "Shangguan family head, Shangguan Yi has arrived. His Highness 7th Prince has arrived." When his voice landed, the plaza instantly became much quieter. Shangguan family head, Shangguan Yi, slowly entered the high stage. Xiao Changfeng hastily got up to welcome. Behind Shangguan Yi, Shangguan Lingyun and Shangguan Lingxue followed closely behind. "Brother Shangguan and Your Highness, the 7th Prince, personally made an appearance. It really graces the Xiao family with your presence." Xiao Changfeng hurriedly said. Shangguan Yi said coolly, "Haha, family head Xiao is too courteous. Family head Xiao gave birth to a fine daughter, but today she's going to be a fish leaping over the dragon's gate." Xiao Changfeng took a look at 7th Prince behind Shangguan Lingxue and said smilingly, "Not at all. To talk about fish leaping over the dragon's gate, it should be Brother Shangguan. Has Your Highness 7th Prince been well?" Xiao Changfeng greeted Zhao Chenggan again. Zhao Chenggan's expression was cold, but was clearly very sensitive to Xiao Changfeng's words. He said with a smile, "These words from family head Xiao leaves Chenggan abashed." Xiao Changfeng had an awkward look as he said, "Ha, Your Highness 7th Prince is a man bestowed with great responsibility. Past matters, I can only impel Your Highness to scale new heights and not mention them." Zhao Chenggan nodded slightly and said, "Ha, grateful for family head Zhao's auspicious words. Ha, everyone, please take your seats." Xiao Changfeng said with a laugh. These few words sounded simple, but they crossed swords multiple times in secret. The Xiao family could not shake off relations with Yi Yuan after all. The 7th Prince becoming such a huge joke, Xiao Changfeng was naturally quite awkward. Zhao Chenggan's words had a concealed blade too, but it was also skated over by a few sentences of Xiao Changfeng's flattery. It was also considered to have Pa S said the round regarding Zhao Chenggan, and body dared to overlook him. Zhao Chenggan's heart was poured on Shangguan Lingxue. Xiao Changfeng was naturally well aware. Those words earlier were also considered to have smoothed things over. Right at this moment, Tong Xuan suddenly raised his voice and shouted, "Under Sovereign Star Abyss, S.H.I. plus Howren has turned up with his 7 fellow apprentices." The excitement in Tong Xuan's words could not be concealed no matter what. And when his word left his mouth, the tens of thousands of people present were all taken aback with shock. Sovereign Star Abyss's 8 great disciples all attended at the same time. What kind of face was this? Chapter 414, Family Head Xiao. This S.H.I. Plus wish you good luck in choosing a splendid son-in-law today. S.H.I. Plus Howren said with clasped hands. Family Head Xiao, this S.H.I. Plus wish you good luck in choosing a splendid son-in-law today. S.H.I. Plus Howren said with clasped hands. Although S.H.I. Plus Howren did not come out independently and was just a disciple under Star Abyss. And, oh, Body dared to overlook his Alchemy King's strength. Putting aside Star Abyss, S.H.I. Plus Howren's strength among the Alchemy Kings in the entire capital could also enter the top 5. Even those veteran Alchemy Kings like Yang Xiu did not dare to say that they could guarantee a win against S.H.I. Plus Howren in alchemy. Therefore, S.H.I. Plus Howren's position in the capital's alchemy scene was actually very aloof. Him coming by himself already gave the Xiao family sufficient face. Now that he led his 7 juniors here together, it could be seen just how astounding this scene was. The Xiao family has such immense face. Alchemy King S.H.I. Plus generally don't make an appearance in public activities. Today, he actually made an exception and arrived here. It's truly out of the blue. Did you guys hear? Xiao Ruyan's relations. H.I. plus P with Alchemy King S.H.I. plus S little junior brother, who is Jiqing, is not shallow. This time, Alchemy King S.H.I. plus most likely came to escort his little junior brother. There's such a thing, but with that Jiqing strength, he probably can't get on the stage at all, right? What's being competed today isn't alchemy, but real swords and genuine spears. It's about martial strength. A crystal formation, realm martial artist, simply doesn't have a chance, right? There's no way of knowing that. However, Sovereign Star Abyss's 8 great disciples came as a group. No matter how one looks at it, it's somewhat unusual. And that, what is it? Wasn't that Jiqing 2nd level crystal formation realm? How long has it been? Why is he already 7th level crystal formation realm? What in the world happened? Many people discovered Yi Yuan's transformation and were unbelievably shocked. If, say, the Grand Pill, A.S., Semli did not stir up much of a wave a month back, then the matter of the 7th prince, Zhao Chenggan, bearing a rod to ask for punishment, already let everyone in the capital get to know Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's realm was naturally discussed by meddlesome people long ago. Yet, a month of not seeing him, Yi Yuan actually broke through 5 realms in succession. This was seriously too inconceivable. Xiao Chongfeng laughed loudly and said, "Then I'll have to thank Alchemy King S.H.I. plus for your blessings." The 2 people exchanged glances and burst into laughter once again. Alchemy King S.H.I. plus and fellow masters, please take your seats. From Xiao Chongfeng's mouth, S.H.I. plus Howren's juniors all became masters. This naturally included Yi Yuan too. Right after taking his seat, Yi Yuan felt multiple glances looking towards him. One of the gazes was very resentful. Who could it be except Zhao Chenggan? The matter of the sanction was already over. The main army already set off. Zhao Chenggan no longer had a need to suppress his anger anymore. The entire city knew that he hated Yi Yuan to the bone. This sort of thing did not need to be concealed, and it could not be masked as well. Of course, as long as it was within the capital, he truly did not dare to do anything to Yi Yuan. Not that he really dreaded that day's promise. What he feared was the Star Abyss behind Yi Yuan. That old fellow's influence was too great. But Zhao Chenggan clearly already noticed that Yi Yuan broke through 5 realms consecutively, apart from hatred in both eyes. There was even deep trepidation. There was another person sizing up Yi Yuan with thick curiosity. Seeing Yi Yuan look over, that person gave Yi Yuan a faint smile. Yi Yuan similarly responded with a smile. That person is the Shangguan Lingyun, who is on par with His Highness, the 7th Prince. The position of Wind Emperor is only Pa S said to the strongest person. Hence, the 7th Prince's great opponent is him. Said S. H. I. plus Howren by the side. Yi Yuan asked in surprise, 7th Prince isn't the first person in the line of succession? S. H. I. plus Howren smiled and said, if Shangguan Lingyun breaks through to the boundless realm, even if the Wind Emperor Pa S set his position to the 7th Prince, it will also make no difference to the matter, isn't it so? Yi Yuan thought about it and nodded, saying, it's indeed this logic. But the Wind Emperor can suppress the Shangguan family and not let them rise up. S. H. I. plus Howren shook his head and said, the reason why the Wind Emperor's position is stable is not just because he's the only boundless realm powerhouse, but because he can maintain the capital's stability. The first-rate families all practically has sovereign-level powerhouses existing. Once the Wind Emperor deliberately suppresses a family, the capital will no longer know peace. The Wind Emperor ultimately has to ascend to the divine realm. If he incurred public indignation, his family clan will eventually be replaced or even exterminated. Yi Yuan said with a realization, so that's the case. Looks like even invincible existences also have many things to take into consideration. Haha, that's natural. In this world, where are there invincible people? Even more powerful people have their soft spots. It's just whether or not others can discover and make use of them. Oh, right. This Shangguan family is the previous Wind Emperor's family clan. S. H. I. plus Howren said with a smile. No wonder the Shangguan family is so strong. Sigh. Similarly, one of the capital's dual absolute beauties, that Shangguan Lingxue is much luckier. Unlike Xiao Ruyan, with no command over herself. Yi Yuan said in amazement. Speaking of which, Yi Yuan still had to give thanks to this other beauty to be able to enter the capital. It was just that this Shangguan Lingxue walked too closely with Zhao Chenggan, and naturally kept Yi Yuan at a distance. Similar people, different fate. No matter how heaven-defying a person is, they are also unable to choose their parents. Xiao Ruyan's greatest misfortune was being born in the Xiao family, but her greatest fortune was meeting you. Ha ha. S. H. I. plus Howren said with a laugh. Yi Yuan unwittingly rolled his eyes. This eldest senior brother was at it again. Eldest senior brother has such faith in me? Yi Yuan asked curiously. If it were before, I would really not have much faith in you. But since Master has such faith in you, I naturally believe his judgment too. S. H. I. plus Howren said confidently. And how so? S. H. I. plus Howren gave Yi Yuan a faint smile and explained it. Turned out that after Yi Yuan left Star Abyss's place that day, S. H. I. plus Howren went to find Star Abyss to express his concern about Yi Yuan's rapid breakthrough. But Star Abyss just said indifferently, your little junior brother's talent is extraordinary. It's just breaking through 5 realms. There's no need to make such a fuss. That spou's finding Marshall Compet. 1. Tyan, you accompany him and walk around. Don't let people hurt him, and just bring him back safe and sound. Very clearly Star Abyss was BRIMMING with confidence in Yi Yuan. Making him accompany Yi Yuan here was also just for the sake of preventing accidents from happening. Haha, little junior brother, just need to care about letting yourself go. With me around, and Oh, body dares to do anything to you. S.H.I. Plus Howren was also full of confidence in himself. Ha! With these words from eldest senior brother, I can rest at ease. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Right at this time, Xiao Changfeng came to the center of the platform, and he mustered up essence energy to cry out, Today is the red-letter day of my little girl's spouse finding compet. 1. Tian. This Xiao did not think beforehand that there would actually be so many people coming here to rally. This Xiao thanks everybody here, and now. Family head Xiao, enough with this. Let Miss Ruyan come out, and let us broaden our horizons. Family head Xiao, I'm Miss Ruyan's loyal fan. My wars. H.I. plus P of her flows unceasingly. Yeah, this spow's finding compet. 1. Tian, you got to let us see what the bride looks like, right? For a moment, there was a hubbub of voices below the platform, causing a huge din. Evidently, everyone wished to witness the elegant demeanor of one of the capital's dual absolutes. Xiao Changfeng smiled and said, Everyone, hold your horses. My girl will be out right away. Chapter 415, as he spoke, a maidservant supporting a lithe and graceful figure came from the backstage. As he spoke, a maidservant supporting a lithe and graceful figure came from the backstage. Xiao Ruyan was dressed in full red phoenix coronet and ceremonial robes, looking like a heavenly maiden descending to the world. But sadly, a red bridal veil was on her head, and there was no way of witnessing her true appearance. But Yi Yuan could sense that behind that red bridal veil was definitely a face beautiful until it made people unable to extradite themselves. Whoever who could take off this red veil today would absolutely be the luckiest man in the world. What the H-E-L-L? We want to see the real person. Yeah, if we don't see Miss Ruyan's face, how do we know if that's the actual person? What will we do if you get a fake one to hoodwink us? Quickly take off the head veil. Quickly take off the head veil. Seeing that Xiao Ruyan actually covered her face and came out, everyone immediately became indignant and exploded. Xiao Changfeng said in a solemn voice, Harumph! Although the Xiao family isn't a first-rate family, we're a respected family clan in the capital. There are so many people present here today. How could this Xiao crack such a joke? Gentlemen, anyone who doesn't wish to take part in this spow's finding martial compet. 1. Tian can very well leave right now. Seeing Xiao Changfeng fly off his handle, the martial artists present all remained silent. Offending their future father-in-law was not some wise move. Huang Wenqiu sneered when he saw the situation and said, Just these trashes are also worthy of witnessing Miss Ruyan's unrivaled looks. Truly toads, L-U-S, ting after a swan's fleas. H. Plus, haha, aren't you one of the toads? What qualifications do you have to mock them? Xue Zaiha said with a cold laugh. Xue Zaiha, are you provoking me here? Humph. Flaunting eloquence. You'll get it in a while. Huang Wenqiu similarly said with a cold laugh. Ha! Today, I'm definitely marrying Miss Ruyan. Whoever dares to stop me, I'll step over his corpse. Xue Zaiha said nonchalantly with a smile, but the words he said made people's hair stand on its ends. The spow's finding compet. 1. Tian had yet to start, but the smell of gunpowder already gradually becoming intense. Ruyan, you go and sit properly at one side, Xiao Changfeng said to Xiao Ruyan. Xiao Ruyan nodded slightly and went to one side to sit down. Her position was very eye-catching. The entire plaza could see it, and as luck would have it, the place Yi Yuan was sitting at was the closest to her among the guests. It was also unknown if it was coincidental or Xiao Changfeng's deliberate arrangements. Xiao Changfeng watched Xiao Ruyan sit down, but he took a very meaningful glance at Yi Yuan as if he had already internally decided that Yi Yuan was his son-in-law without officially announcing it. Xiao Changfeng's eyes made Yi Yuan involuntarily feel a chill. But how could Yi Yuan not know Xiao Changfeng's plan? It was just that. Today's outcome would probably disappoint him. The spouse finding martial compet. 1. Taiyan today doesn't have any special rules. One just has to win on the platform in the end, and that will do. But once you step onto the platform, you'll be responsible for your life and death. On this point, you all already signed the life and death agreement when you registered. The Xiao family won't force anyone onto the platform. All of you can still back out now. This Xiao gives a word of advice here. Young martial artists whose strength hasn't reached C transformation realm, they better not go onto the stage. Cultivation isn't easy. Why should a man worry about having no wife? Don't air today. Xiao Changfeng said. One had to say that this speech from Xiao Changfeng was still very useful. It was akin to a tub of cold water. Splas. Plussing some people awake. Life or death on the stage was one's own responsibility. If one died, then they died. And, body would pity you. And this spouse finding compet. 1. Taiyan had 2 final malefic stars waiting there. S, N, A, T, C. Hing wives from those 2 malefic stars. The final outcome completely did not need much thinking. Those 2 people would definitely deal a killing blow. Hence, one had to properly deliberate on whether to get on stage or not. But Xiao Ruyan's reputation in the capital was seriously too great. Before this, there were already all sorts of editions of Xiao Ruyan's portrait secretly leaking out. Although those drawings all differed from one another, they all had one distinguish. Plussing feature. She was overwhelmingly stunning. Adding the Xiao family's position in the capital, the vast majority of these martial artists was still like being on stimulants, especially those martial artists below the age of 30 and had reached C transformation realm cultivation. How could they be willing to yield without giving it a shot? Now, the spouse finding martial compet. 1. Taiyan official begins. Xiao Changfeng shouted in a clear voice. Right at this time, Xiao Ruyan suddenly heard a voice transmission coming from Yi Yuan. Good disciple, you're the first disciple that master took in. Today, master will battle all the heroes under the heavens for you. Treat it as a first meeting gift for you. Disciple finished talking. Yi Yuan left, gliding on air, and landed on the platform, with her face covered, and, body could see Xiao Ruyan's expression. But her body started quivering lightly. And what's happening? Who is that? You don't even recognize him? Did you forget that His Highness, the 7th Prince, previously kneeled down before him to admit his fault a month ago? What? He's Ji Qing? What's he doing here? Are you a pig? Him coming out like this. Of course he's taking part in the spouse finding martial compet. 1. Taiyan. Bulls. I+T. Of course I know that he's Partic. 1. P. Aiding in the spouse finding martial compet. 1. Taiyan. But he's only at the 7th level crystal formation realm. Isn't this courting death? I heard that this Ji Qing's alchemy skills have already reached the realm of perfection, utterly destroying Tong Wenchang in the Tu Xiao and Tong family's grand pill. As Semli, but who knew that he even has such confidence in his martial path? Yi Yuan's sudden appearance caused a huge commotion. Xiao Changfeng had yet to withdraw. When he saw this move from Yi Yuan, his complexion could not help turning livid. This spouse finding martial compet. 1. Taiyan today had no rules at all. One just had to defeat their opponent, and that would do. And the youths present here today that satisfied the conditions. There were also 8,000, if not 10,000 youths. Furthermore, those who dared to register, which one of them wasn't an expert. The first martial artist that came onto the stage was at the greatest disadvantage. What he had to face was the nonstop battle against all the martial artists present. One person against 10,000 people? You got to be kidding. Xiao Changfeng wished that he could let loose a torrent of abuse. If you don't want to marry my daughter, you don't need to use such a method to reject either. What the H? El, I was this. Forget that Yi Yuan was only at the 7th level crystal formation realm. Even Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Chenggan, who were hailed as the #1 among the capital's younger generation, probably did not dare to be the first on stage in such a situation, right? So many martial artists, by dawdling, it would exhaust them to death. The first one on stage clearly did not wish to marry Xiao Ruyan. Daughter must be very furious right now, yeah? Xiao Changfeng looked over in Xiao Ruyan direction. Indeed, he saw that his daughter's body was trembling lightly, hatred seething in his heart. Xiao Ruyan marrying Ji Qing was undoubtedly the best choice. But this fellow actually stood Ruyan up. Ha ha ha. Turns out that this boy is a moron. To actually be the first one to rush up to the stage. Who does he think he is? His Majesty, the Wind Emperor? Can it be that he wants to sweep away 10,000 martial artists alone? Seeing this scene, Zhao Chenggan really could not hold back and started mocking loudly. Your Highness, since this punk is seeking death himself, then let's not be courteous. Ha ha. Wait until he's completely worn out. I'll go up on your behalf to take care of him properly, Huang Wenqiu said with a laugh. Huang Wenqiu's words incurred a wave of contempt. This flattery was also too lacking standards. But Zhao Chenggan did not laugh anymore after he heard it, his eyes flickering instead. No one knew what he was thinking about. Chapter 416, disregarding Zhao Chenggan, and the rest, even S.H.I. plus Howren and the other seniors were also at a loss on what to do after being caught by Yi Yuan's sudden ambush. Disregarding Zhao Chenggan and the rest, even S.H.I. plus Howren and the other seniors were also at a loss on what to do after being caught by Yi Yuan's sudden ambush. No way, right? What is little junior brother trying to do here? Isn't the first one on the stage too risky? Yu Guang said with a frown. That's right. Isn't this messing around? Can it be that he wants to challenge 10,000 martial artists with his own strength? Tang Ji also felt mind blown as he spoke. But S.H.I. plus Howren sighed and said, little junior brother tends to exceed all expectations when doing things. His behavior is not what we can guess. Him doing so should have a deep meaning. We should just watch. For a moment, the sounds of ridicule linked together, all saying that Yi Yuan overrated his own strength. Indeed, not long after, a 9th-level crystal formation, realm martial artist jumped into the platform, cupping his fists as he said, I'm W.A.N.G.Jia. I specially came to challenge young Master Ji. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, please. The other party was courteous. Yi Yuan naturally would not put on a scowl, but he would not be courteous when making a move. W.A.N.G.Jia knew that since this Ji Qing dared to be the first one on the stage, he definitely had some skill. But by relying on him being 2 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan, he was not too worried either. His hand suddenly had in spirit artifact, longsword. He then cried out, Shadowless sword art, W.A.N.G.Jia's figure charged abruptly, stabbing towards Yi Yuan with extreme speed. This shadowless sword art had lived up to its reputation. It was just that. Who he encountered was Yi Yuan. Arg. The audience was just planning on watching an intense battle when a miserable cry suddenly sounded out. W.A.N.G.Jia directly tumbled heavily onto the ground. W.A.N.G.Jia's speed was seriously too fast. Initially, some martial artists with slightly weaker strength already could not catch W.A.N.G.Jia's form. At this instant, it was like they saw W, A, N, G, G fall down out of thin air. It was very bizarre. What happened? I don't know either. Ji Qing is clearly standing there motionlessly. Could it be that this W, A, N, G, Jia was being funny and fell down himself? Being funny? You're the one being funny, right? Showing the lower limits of his intelligence in front of so many people? Not unless this W, A, N, G, Jia's brain is damaged. But Ji Qing clearly didn't move. Could it be that his movements were too fast, and we all didn't see clearly? No, he really didn't move. All of a sudden, a gray-robed youth suddenly spoke. Those two people thought nothing of it either, and asked curiously, "What's going on?" "It's divine soul attack. This Ji Qing's soul art is so powerful." The youth said solemnly. Marveling sighs suddenly sounded out all around. It was actually an extremely rare divine soul attack. This kind of method to fierce Gale World martial artists was seriously too abnormal. The fierce Gale World martial artists' martial era was extremely flurries. Plussing. They all pursued the extremities of essence, energy, and concepts. Yet, very few people would use divine soul mystic arts to execute divine soul attacks. This aspect was the shortcoming of virtually all the fierce Gale World martial artists. Right at this time, that W, A, N, G, Jia slowly struggled to his feet on the platform and clasped his hands towards Yi Yuan, saying, "Many thanks to Brother Ji for showing mercy." W, A, N, Ji Jia is utterly convinced with my loss. W, A, N, Ji Jia's speed was indeed very quick. Even if Yi Yuan used a divine soul attack, wanting to accurately hit him was not something easy to. But during the process that W, A, N, Ji Jia was in motion, he suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his brain, and then he fell down. It could be seen how powerful Yi Yuan's divine soul attack was. Furthermore, W, A, N, Ji Jia deeply sensed that Yi Yuan's blow just now completely did not use full strength. Otherwise, he might already be an idiot now if he did not know what was good for himself and made a move against Yi Yuan again. It would probably not be as simple as a sharp pain anymore. Hence, he conceded very straightforwardly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Your speed is pretty good, but what sword Dao pursues isn't the extremities of speed. You took a wrong turn." W, A, N, Ji Jia's entire body shuddered as if he understood something. He bowed towards Yi Yuan and said, "Thank you very much for Brother Ji's guidance. This W, A, N, Ji will never forget it." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and accepted it coolly. In Sword Dao, it was not over the top for Yi Yuan to say that he was the number one in the lower realms. His pointers, W, A, N, Ji Jia, naturally received endless benefit. Yi Yuan saw through the drawbacks of this shadowless sword art that W, A, N, Ji Jia cultivated at a glance and pointed it out. Training the sword, pursuing speed was correct. But speed was not the only thing. The sword was the gentleman among weapons. It strived for agile and grace, power and magnificence. Pursuing speed blindly would forfeit the fundamentals of the sword. Ultimately, one's accomplishments would be limited. One sentence from Yi Yuan let W, A, N, Ji Jia walked countless lesser detours. Receiving a bow from him was naturally nothing inappropriate. In truth, W, A, N, Ji Jia only came out to travel the world after reaching a bottleneck state in his cultivation in concepts, seeking a chance to break through. Encountering the Shao family's spouse, finding martial compet. 1. Taiyan this time, he did not come here for Shao Ruyin, but wanted to find opportunities to compete with young experts. He did not have any qualms, so he was the first to enter the stage, and was very polite to Yi Yuan. It was just that he did not expect Yi Yuan to see through the problem with his sword art in one glance and pointing it out. His gratitude towards Yi Yuan naturally could not be any greater. Humph! Unorthodox paths ultimately can ascend to the higher levels, Zhao Chenggan said with a cold smile. But Shangguan Lingyun had a rare laugh as he said, "My view differs from Brother Zhao. That attack from Ji Qing earlier was no trifling thing. It could be seen that his attainments in the divine soul are extremely profound. The divine soul cultivated to an exceedingly high realm can similarly compete with martial artists. He also has to cultivate to an exceedingly high realm for it to work. He merely encountered a crystal formation realm martial artist this time. When he meets Sea Transformation realm martial artists, I'll see how he executes his divine soul attacks." Zhao Chenggan said in annoyance. This time, Shangguan Lingyun did not refute. He knew that what Zhao Chenggan said was right. While divine soul attacks were bizarre and powerful, once one guarded to some extent, it was very hard to succeed. Moreover, for divine soul attacks to want to leap ranks to battle, the difficulty was even greater compared to martial artists. While the divine soul for Sea Transformation realms did not produce qualitative changes, it was still much stronger compared to crystal formation realm martial artists. Yi Yuan's advantage could at most just reflect among crystal formation realm martial artists. This spouse finding martial combat. 1. Tian ultimately needed to rely on genuine martial strength to determine victory. If what this Ji Qing relied on was just divine soul attacks, he could not last for very long. "Big brother, if it were you, can you block his divine soul attack?" Shangguan Lingxue asked curiously. If I went up earlier, I might also suffer a huge loss. But now, the one who's at a disadvantage should be him." Shangguan Lingyun mused for a moment and replied. Shangguan Lingxue said in astonishment, "His divine soul attack is actually so powerful." When Zhao Chenggan saw Shangguan Lingxue praise Yi Yuan, he was very displeased in his heart as he said, "What's powerful about it? It's just a cheap ambush. Plussing trick. This kind of methods are extremely few, so everybody was unprepared. Once they are on guard, it's practically equivalent to being useless. I want to see how he plans on coping at the back." Shangguan Lingxue giggled as she said, "Last time, although Ji Qing was nearly killed by you, he was only at the second-level crystal formation realm at that time. It could be seen that he's also extremely formidable in martial strength. Now that he's already 7th-level crystal formation realm, his combat strength most likely already approaches Sea Transformation realm martial artists. It probably isn't so easy for the average person to want to win him, right?" Chapter 417. Zhao Chenggan's face became as black as the bottom of a pot. But he had no choice but to admit that what Shangguan Lingyun said was completely correct. Zhao Chenggan's face became as black as the bottom of a pot. But he had no choice but to admit that what Shangguan Lingyun said was completely correct. In comparison to himself, apart from Yi Yuan's realm being far lacking, he was simply powerful until he had no weakness to exploit. Zhao Chenggan could not quite dare to imagine if Yi Yuan and his realm were on par, what would the result of their battle be? If he let Yi Yuan continue maturing like this, that day might arrive very soon. Zhao Chenggan started to consider the idea and involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan on the stage. Who else? Yi Yuan looked steadily ahead as he said, nonchalantly, Yi Yuan's move against W.A. and Ji Jie already suppressed many people. At the very least, crystal formation realm martial artists would not dare to easily enter the stage without even moving and instantly defeating W.A. and Ji Jie, this 9th-level crystal formation realm. Wasn't going up there looking for a thras. I plussing? I'll go. Right at this time, a well-built, burly man dashed onto the platform. Please. Yi Yuan still did an inviting hand gesture. Ha, your divine soul attack might perhaps be of some use against crystal formation realm martial artists, but under my countermeasure in advance, it's already useless, said the burly man with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan smiled faintly, and he said, Is that so? When the burly man saw Yi Yuan's nonchalant look, he could not help becoming enraged. Courting death. The burly man dashed in front of Yi Yuan with a sudden, huge stride, despite his stature being extremely tall and strong. Very You, Bursum, this move was exceptionally vigorous. His speed was much faster compared to Jia. An enormous fist smashed down towards Yi Yuan's head. However, only to hear a bang. The burly man collapsed with a loud bang. Cross. Plussing downward until the stage quaked. Yi Yuan still did not move. This was a divine soul attack again. This burly man is a sea transformation realm martial artist. Furthermore, he even said that he took precautions. Too scary. This Ji Qing's divine soul attack is too scary. Even a sea transformation realm martial artist can't force him to make a move. Make a move? Make a move for what? This divine soul attack of this completely doesn't need to make a move, all right? What kind of divine soul attack did Ji Qing use to actually be able to leap ranks and defeat a sea transformation realm expert? This is too inconceivable. Yi Yuan did not use some profound divine soul mystic art. It was still the stunning spike. Using divine soul attacks to cross ranks and battle might perhaps be beset with difficulties for others, but to him, it was as simple as drinking water. Yi Yuan's present divine soul realm already reached the alchemy grandmaster perfection realm. Same as alchemy master, his present perfection was completely different from his previous life's perfection. In truth, his current divine soul was already not much weaker than sea transformation realm. Using divine soul mystic arts to deal with sea transformation realm martial artists was not some impressive matter. With Yi Yuan's attainments in the divine soul, under the Cirque stances where the divine soul realm was roughly the same, even if the other party took precautions. So what? The Xiao family's judge still stood there looking left and right, uncertain if this burly man would stand up again. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Stop looking. He's not getting up. Drag him away. Come men, drag this person down, said the judge absent-mindedly. Seeing that burly man fall to the ground, Zhao Chenggan and Shangguan Lingyun all revealed astonished looks. Especially Zhao Chenggan, who already did not know what to say. He had just said that Yi Yuan could not do anything to see transformation realms. The result was that the well-built, burly man collapsed with a crash. Shangguan Lingyun smiled wryly when he saw the situation and said, Looks like we still underestimated Brother Ji. His divine soul attack already has the capital to clash head-on with sea transformation realm martial artists. The sea transformation realm that Shangguan Lingyun was talking about was naturally not that sort of rookie like the burly man. Although martial artists did not cultivate the divine soul, they should have methods to protect the divine soul. This burly man said verbally that he took precautions, but in truth, his precautions completely could not withstand a single blow. If it were Shangguan Lingyun, his defense would absolutely not be that easy to break through. Rather, Shangguan Lingxue suddenly became mischievous and said to Zhao Chenggan with a smile, Your Highness, the seventh prince, why don't you make a guess whether or not the next sea transformation realm that enters the stage will be defeated by Ji Qing in a single blow? Zhao Chenggan gave a cold snort and said, I don't believe that he can keep winning all the way by relying on this one move. Cleaning things UPS, Yi Yuan said indifferently again, Is there anyone else coming up? One had to acknowledge that this spou's finding martial compet. 1. Tyan gathered many young geniuses. There were a great number of sea transformation realm martial artists present. That burly man was only one of the weakest. To be able to advance to sea transformation realm before 30, this was already an extremely proud achievement. Therefore, these martial artists were all very confident in themselves. Even if that burly man collapsed instantaneously, they did not believe that Yi Yuan could take them down either. But the result was that the next few sea transformation realms that went up were all brought down by Yi Yuan in one move without a single exception. From beginning to end, Yi Yuan did not move a single finger. And the strongest among these martial artists were already third level C transformation realm. After they collapsed, and Body dared to go up the stage again. For some time, the audience below the stage all exchanged glances with each other. There was actually an Body who dared to go up the stage. Even a third level C transformation realm could not survive one move under Yi Yuan's hands. How to fight? This Ji Qing is simply too monstrous. He is eating his fill with one specialty. A method like this, if there isn't a powerful divine soul mystic art to protect the divine soul, who dares to go and fight with him? That's right. This is freaking bullying people. I feel that in front of Ji Qing, these past 30 years of cultivation were all wasted on a dog's body. Other people don't even need a second to make you fall. So, alchemists can be powerful to this sort of extent. Truly widen my knowledge. I really want to see now whether Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe can force Yi Yuan to make a move or not. Only now do I know where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Everybody was mocking him at the beginning. Now, it looks like we were the fools. With strength like his, so what if he is the first one on stage? Below the stage was widespread comments. Clearly, many people already directly gave up on going up the stage. At least for the early stage C transformation realm martial artists. And, Body dared to go up anymore. Xiao Changfeng only knew that his understanding of Yi Yuan was still too little when he saw this scene. This young man was truly unfathomable, making people pleasantly surprised unceasingly. Young Master Ji already defeated 7 people consecutively. Is there anyone else going up the stage to challenge? If there isn't, I'm going to announce the results, shouted the judge in a clear voice. The audience below the stage all looked at each other. And, Body dared to go up the stage. Since that's the case, I announce. Huang Wenqiu could not sit still anymore. Although this Ji Qing was very strange, he could not possibly withdraw without fighting. Moreover, he was different from those rookies. He was confident that he could block Yi Yuan's divine soul attack. Huang Wenqiu was just about to stand up when he heard a loud cry. Wait a minute! A gray figure floated up the stage, interrupting the judge's words. This one is Su Qing. I wish to experience young Master Ji's divine soul attack, said the gray S.H.I. plus RT youth while clasping his hands together to Yi Yuan. This Su Qing was precisely the first one previously to perceive that Yi Yuan was attacking with divine soul attacks. Chapter 418. Who is this young man? His age doesn't seem to be old either. Pretty gutsy. Who is this young man? His age doesn't seem to be old either. Pretty gutsy. That's right. He's still only first level C transformation realm. To actually dare go up and challenge Ji Qing. Isn't it overestimating his own strength a little? I think not. This young man's eyes are radiating light, and he's full of fighting intent. He doesn't look like a foolish person. Perhaps he really has some reliance to count on. Su Qing entering the stage drew considerable attention. The people who went up the stage at the back were all stronger and stronger, such so that it reached the degree of third level C transformation realm. But Su Qing was only at the first level C transformation realm. If he did not have some reliance, then he was only a fool. Yi Yuan sized up Su Qing and suddenly smiled and said, "Turns out that it's a soul martial artist. No wonder you're so confident." Su Qing's expression became stern when he heard that and said, "Brother Ji's discerning eyes are like a torch. Truly incredible. That's right. I'm indeed a soul martial artist." What? He's actually a soul martial artist? No wonder he dares to challenge Ji Qing. There are exceedingly few soul martial artists in our fierce Gale world. Only Sovereign Shishan alone reached the highest level in this area. It's just that his elderly self has already vanished for several decades. Ever since Sovereign Shishan, the name of soul martial artist has never been heard of again. To think that another one would appear today. It's just that who knows how this young man's strength is, and how it compares to Ji Qing. But speaking of which, Ji Qing can also be considered a soul martial artist already, except that his alchemist ident. One, Tai made everybody overlook this matter. The so-called soul martial artist was actually martial artists who primarily cultivated the divine soul. What soul martial artists were skilled in was not martial techniques, but divine soul mystic arts. Their means were highly bizarre and powerful. Most martial artists cultivated the essence energy system. The execution of martial techniques was also mostly with essence energy as a basis, while soul martial artists' attack methods relied completely on the divine soul. This kind of divine soul attacks was powerful and hard to defend. Furthermore, it was incredibly dangerous. Martial artists getting injured was a very normal thing. As long as they did not injure their divine soul, most could heal. However, soul martial artists' attack measures directly affected the divine soul. Once they injured the other party, it would tend to be hard to heal. On the basis that the divine soul was injured, even if they did not die, it would have a tremendous impact on the martial artist's future cultivation too. This was the terrifying aspect of soul martial artist. Hence, when Su Qing admitted that he was a soul martial artist, it stirred quite a commotion. See, transformation realm soul martial artists were already very powerful. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You facing off against my Alchemy Grandmaster Realm Soul Force with Alchemy King Realm Soul Force. Isn't this somewhat bullying people?" Su Qing's expression froze, and he forced a laugh, saying, "Don't joke around, Brother Ji. Just based on the means that you displayed earlier, I don't have much confidence in winning you. How is this bullying people?" Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Fine, I'll witness the methods of a soul martial artist today. Come on, here I come." Once Su Qing's voice faded, Yi Yuan felt like flying needles that covered the sky's I see, head towards his divine soul, manifestation of soul force, fine technique. Yi Yuan had a rare bout of amazement. This soul force manifestation was totally different from essence energy martial techniques. The so-called manifestation was just materializing the attack. The naked eye completely could not see it. It could only be sensed through the divine soul. One could say that this was the face-off between a divine soul and a divine soul, an invisible match. This showdown was incredibly perilous, but the outside world could not see any storm clouds surging. Yet, when those flying needles jabbed deeply into Yi Yuan's divine soul like this, Yi Yuan actually did not perform the slightest bit of defense. Yi Yuan shut his eyes, his face revealing an anguished look, looking very unwell. Su Qing had already made the preparation of an arduous battle, but he did not think that it would actually be such an outcome. You were too careless. The soul force flying needles damage to the divine soul is permanent. Even middle stage C transformation realm martial artists would also be severely wounded after receiving this attack head-on. You actually did not defend at all, truly courting death. Su Qing shook his head and was just about to walk down the platform. Being struck full-on by this attack of his, Yi Yuan would also be the outcome of heavily injured, if not death. He only went up the stage to experience Yi Yuan's means, and not for Xiao Ruyan. But Yi Yuan crumbling in one hit disappointed him greatly, recalling how Yi Yuan swept across sea transformation realm martial artists previously. What he relied on was really one specialty. Leaving like this. You don't think that you can win like this, right? Su Qing was just about to step down from the stage when Yi Yuan's voice sounded over leisurely. Su Qing's entire body trembled. Turning around to look at Yi Yuan with incredulity, he exclaimed in shock, You're completely fine? How is this possible? Yi Yuan said with a smile, trying to defeat me. With soul force flying needles, this sort of trifling means, isn't your distinguished self looking down on me too much? Whatever methods you have, just execute them. Otherwise, once I make a move, you won't have the opportunity anymore. Su Qing was dazed for a very long time. He seriously could not imagine just what kind of method Yi Yuan used to resolve his soul force flying needles. Yi Yuan's soul force completely did not have the slightest bit of undulation, which was also to say that Yi Yuan forcefully received his divine soul attack. But, completely unscathed? Was this a joke? How is this possible? I don't believe it. Blade light, sword shadows. Su Qing gritted his teeth and cast a divine soul attack at Yi Yuan once again. Yet it was like a stone sinking into the ocean again. Yi Yuan did not have the appearance of being attacked at all, and still stood there looking at him unperturbedly. Su Qing refused to believe in heresy and virtually displayed all of his techniques. Divine, soul mystic arts followed one after the other. Yet, despite him exhausting all the skills in his A.R.S. Enel, it still did not cause a hint of damage to Yi Yuan's divine soul. With a crash, Su Qing tumbled to the ground. Su Qing laid on the ground, his expression wan and sallow. It was clearly the indication of soul force being drained. This Su Qing already wore himself out. The astoundment in everyone's hearts could not be any greater. What was this? Wasn't it said that the divine soul attacks of soul martial artists were incomparably powerful? Why did this Yi Yuan seem to be immune to divine soul attacks? What kind of freak is this Ji Qing? That soul martial artist used all the skills he learned in his life and actually did not cause any injuries to him at all? This is playing me, right? Yeah, back then, Sovereign Shishan was the hardest sovereign-level powerhouse to deal with in the capital. The other sovereign-level powerhouses were all unwilling to provoke him. It could be seen just how terrifying soul martial artist's strength is. But this Ji Qing actually did not even move, and his opponent exhausted himself to the extent he collapsed. Did you all notice that many of the divine soul mystic arts yelled out by Su Qing were identical with Sovereign Shishan's divine soul mystic arts back then? Could it be? No way, right? Looking at the laying on the ground and already completely drained Su Qing, Yi Yuan casually threw out a medicinal pill and said, "Take it. It can help you to recover your soul force." Su Qing received the medicinal pill, hesitated for a moment, but then he still swallowed it. Soon, it was as if a timely rain irrigated his divine soul. Su Qing's divine soul was in the midst of rapid recovery. At this time, Xiao Chongfeng suddenly got up and floated down to the platform. He clasped his hands towards Su Qing and asked, "Could your distinguished self be Senior Shishan's disciple?" Chapter 4:19. Among the crowd, there were two unremarkable women. Among the crowd, there were two unremarkable women. One of them looked at that figure on the platform with scorching eyes. It was also uncertain what she was thinking about. The other girl giggled as she transmitted her voice. Hee, seeing Mr. Yi challenge the heroes under the heaven for Xiao Ruyan. I wonder what are your thoughts, miss? This girl actually knew Yi Yuan's true ident. One, Tai. Who could it be but Yen'er? There was no need to talk about the other girl. It was naturally Li'er. Actually, these few days, they had been inside this capital the entire time. If not for this master and servant pair, Yi Yuan simply would not get to see his fellow apprentices. It was precisely because of the protection in the dark from the two of them that let those seniors of Yi Yuan survived safe and sound. On that day, when Zhao Chenggan carried a rod to ask for punishment, it stirred up the entire capital. Li'er naturally also became aware that Yi Yuan actually quietly sneaked into the capital already. Of course, speaking of it, this was not considered quietly either. It was just that Li'er did not think that Yi Yuan would be the first to go up the stage today and challenge all the heroes in the world. Hearing Yen'er's secret voice transmission, not knowing why, a hint of billow was produced in Li'er's heart. This was simply an inconceivable matter to her. Didn't Li'er's heart only move for him? What's with me? Towards this kind of near betrayal thing. Li'er was obviously unwilling to admit it. What thoughts can I have? That Xiao Ruyan is known as the capital's dual absolutes. She's naturally as beautiful as a heavenly maiden. For Mr. Yi to be able to come together in holy matrimony with her, I naturally have to congratulate him. Yen'er pouted her mouth and said, "Words don't match the heart." Although Yen'er isn't a roundworm in Mrs. Stomach, to say who understands Miss best in this world, it has to be Yen'er. Miss painstakingly entered deep into the fierce Gale world and did so much for Mr. Yi. Don't you have any thoughts about him at all? Li'er was secretly startled, but she refuted. What kind of thoughts? Don't you know that this soul-ripping illness of mine still has to fall on Mr. Yi? I'm doing this just to return him sufficient favor, to let him treat me seriously. That's all. Yen'er waved her hands and said, all right then. Regardless of what kind of thoughts you have, it's also useless. After today, he'll be somebody with a wife. Not knowing why, when Li'er heard these words, an intense unwillingness welled up in her heart. On another side, a similarly unremarkable person was staring fixedly at Yi Yuan, his gaze revealing immense shock. To think that this punk really sneaked into the capital. Not only did he infiltrate inside the capital, he even became Sovereign Starabys's disciple, and even made an appearance in an imposing manner at such a grand occasion. Truly audacious to the extreme. I was saying why there hasn't been news about him these 2 months all along. Turns out that he had long sneaked into the capital. However, your good luck has come to an end today. This person quietly withdrew out of the crowd and ran in the direction of the royal capital. If Yi Yuan were here, he would recognize that this person was precisely the Lan who tracked him down here. These 2 months, Lan who never left the capital the entire time. Everything comes to him who waits. He finally discovered Yi Yuan's tracks. It was just that Lan who never thought that the carrying a rod to ask for punishment a couple of days back, which rocked the capital, the target of 7th Prince's apology, was actually Yi Yuan. On the stage, Yi Yuan was utterly clueless about this. Su Qing opposite him already recovered considerable soul force. He slowly opened his mouth and said, Sovereign Shishan is precisely my master. This is this Su's first time coming out into the society after completing my studies. I didn't think that. I would actually lose so miserably. Su Qing's skills are trivial. I've lost face for master today. He's indeed Sovereign Shishan's disciple. Sovereign Shishan has left the capital for so many years. He actually groomed a sea transformation realm disciple. It's just that this disciple seems to be somewhat of a failure. He faced the crystal formation realm Ji Qing with sea transformation realm soul force and collapsed from exhaustion without even touching the other party's fingertips. Truly lost face for Sovereign Shishan. That's right. Sovereign Shishan back then was ever triumphant. Even his majesty, the Wind Emperor, showed him some respect. How high and mighty he was. But the disciple that he taught is actually unskilled to this sort of degree. It's really a letdown. The fame of Sovereign Shishan was too great. In everyone's minds, apart from the Wind Emperor, he was the incarnation of invincibility. But his disciple actually lost with no part of his body unscathed today. Although everyone knew that Yi Yuan was very strong in terms of divine soul attacks. But Sovereign Shishan's disciple, as a soul martial artist, shouldn't he be stronger in the divine soul? Even if Yi Yuan was very monstrous, it was not to the extent where he would collapse from exhaustion, right? This was what they could not understand, nor forgive. Xiao Changfeng, hearing Su Qing admit, it was also rather surprised in his heart. But verbally he consoled, saying, "Young Master Su doesn't need to blame yourself. It's not that you're unskilled, but your opponent was too strong. Today's loss was not due to lack of skill." Su Qing asked in surprise, "What does that mean?" Xiao Changfeng smiled and said, "Young Master Su learned from Sovereign Shishan. I wonder if you've ever heard of divine soul absolute defense." Su Qing's expression changed, and he nearly jumped up. "A absolute defense? You're saying that what Brother Ji used earlier was absolute defense?" Xiao Changfeng smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, I don't know either. It's just that other than absolute defense, I seriously don't know what other means are there still that can accomplish to such an extent. Only, you still have to get a confirmation from young Master Ji about the answer." When Xiao Changfeng guessed this answer, the astonishment in his heart was not any less than Su Qing's. Divine soul absolute defense. This term was just an existence of the legends. How could it possibly really appear on a human? Xiao Changfeng even suspected that this defense method was probably fabricated by somebody, or maybe hypothesized by some genius. How could such a perverse defense method possibly exist? But today he really witnessed it. The so-called divine soul absolute defense was regardless what kind of divine soul attack the other party executed. As long as it was unable to break through extremum of one's divine soul, it would have no way of causing damage to them. Such a defense measure was simply heaven-defying. Su Qing's gaze involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "Family head Xiao is indeed experienced and knowledgeable to actually even know about divine soul absolute defense." That's right. The measure that this Ji used earlier was precisely divine soul absolute defense. The properties of the divine soul were completely different from essence energy. The cultivation system was also entirely different. The means of divine soul attacks was likewise ever-changing. But through a deep understanding of the divine soul, one could construct a defense measure that was 100-fold, 1,000-fold stronger than protective essence energy. That was absolute defense. Divine soul attacks were invisible and ethereal. It naturally would not have huge destructive power like that. The innate attribute of divine soul attacks was still formed using one's soul force to damage the other party's divine soul. As long as one's comprehension of the divine soul was sufficiently deep, an absolute defense could theoretically be actualized. Of course, even with Yi Yuan's profound understanding of the divine soul, it also expended a huge amount of time to learn this move in his previous life. Su Qing was only at the early stage C transformation realm. He was not much stronger compared to Yi Yuan's divine soul. Wanting to hurt Yi Yuan under his absolute defense was undoubtedly a fool's talk. Chapter 4, 20. The moment he heard the term absolute defense, Shangguan Lingxue was also extremely shocked. The moment he heard the term absolute defense, Shangguan Lingxue was also extremely shocked. Divine soul absolute defense. Doesn't that mean that there's only Ji Qing hitting people, while others can only get hit pass? Sively, this move is simply too amazing. Shangguan Lingyu nodded as well and said, in the past, I only heard of absolute defense and even thought that it was just a rumor. I didn't think that I would really witness it today. This Ji Qing is truly remarkable. Zhao Chenggan sneered and said, what absolute defense? He just didn't encounter experts. As long as Soul Force is stronger than him, absolute defense would only be a joke. Is that so? I wonder if there's anybody among you all that can break this absolute defense. S.H.I. plus Haren suddenly said. But Zhao Chenggan was not embarrassed. S said it all. With a haughty look, he said, soul martial artists is just a minor path in the end. The martial artist path is the major path. He has absolute defense in terms of divine soul, but I wonder if he can block my tyrant martial howling cloud spear. S.H.I. plus Haren smiled and said, that might not be so. Zhao Chenggan laughed when he heard that and said, all right, I won't argue with Alchemy King S.H.I. plus either. Just suffering a defeat in his hands, I haven't taken it to heart yet. However, he has to pass the rounds with Wen Qiu and Zaihe first. The two of them are not simple people. Although Zhao Chenggan lost tremendous face previously, his power and influence were still present. The Tli of number 1 in the capital was not for show. Getting Zhao Chenggan's approval, Huang Wenqiu and Xue Ziyi appeared to be very enthusiastic. Of course, even if Zhao Chenggan did not sow discord here, these two people could not possibly let Yi Yuan off. But Huang Wenqiu gave a mysterious smile at this time and said, rest assured, Your Highness. I've already prepared a feast for Ji Qing. I believe that he'll thank me. Oh, then I'll be waiting to see it. Zhao Chenggan suddenly became interested. After settling Su Qing down, this spouse finding martial compet. 1. Tian naturally still had to continue, but Yi Yuan's spectacular performance already made most people shrink back. For some time, there was actually N.O. body who went up the stage. Formidable divine, soul attack, plus daunting divine, soul defense. How to deal with such a monster? Even a third, level C transformation realm suffered a cruise. H.I. plussing defeat in front of him. Unless fourth level C transformation realms took part, or else they would simply not be Yi Yuan's match. Is there anybody else going up the stage to challenge young Master Ji? Seeing N.O. body go up the stage, the judge opened his mouth to ask again. Right at this time, a youth sprung onto the stage and said, I'm here to challenge you. This youth's strength was uncommon too. He was at the third level C transformation realm. It was just that this realm was somewhat lacking to Yi Yuan. This point, everyone knew full well in their hearts. Is this lad's brain damaged? Clearly aware that he isn't Yi Yuan's match, and still run up to look for a Thras. H.I. plussing? Ha! Maybe he's bored out of his mind, and sent himself up to let people train. Really can't understand why there are increasingly more idiots now. Smart people always held the majority on this earth. Fully aware that they were not a match, and still going up to seek a walloping would clearly be thought of as a moron by people. Indeed, Yi Yuan just used one de-stunning spike, and that youth directly collapsed. Yet, when that youth buckled, another third level C transformation realm martial artist directly went up to challenge, but was shot down by Yi Yuan again very quickly. What surprised everyone was that this was only the beginning. From then on, the young martial artists who went up the platform followed one after the other, all second or third level C transformation realm. While they were dropped by Yi Yuan very quickly one by one, everyone discovered that it was not quite right. If it was said that 1 was a fool and 2 was a fool, it could not be that over 10 in a row were morons, right? Yi Yuan's brows could not help furrowing. He instantly defeated his opponents directly right after coming up. The goal was to awe the audience below the stage and make most people not dare to go up the stage. Thousands upon thousands of martial artists. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, it was also not possible to deal with all of them. In comparison to using martial techniques, the D-stunning spike was evidently more awe-inspiring, because he did not even need to make a move. Honestly speaking, he already achieved the effect. There was already not many people who dared to go up the stage. While there were still some 4th level C transformation realm and above martial artists below the stage, they all had to wait and see attitude. These people were virtually all famed characters in the capital. And, Body was willing to come up and lose face. It was just that he did not expect a large group of fellows who did not fear death to suddenly appear, coming up here to look for a thras. Plussing one after another. This made Yi Yuan feel very puzzled. His gaze involuntarily swept to Zhao Chungan and the others on the grandstands, and he quickly discovered that Huang Wenqiu's expression was slightly pleased with himself. Yi Yuan understood the situation in no time. Want to use non-stop battles to exhaust my strength? Really a pig-like brain. Since you use this kind of despicable moves, then don't blame me for being discourteous. I want to see how many people you can send up. Yi Yuan sneered coldly in his heart. At this time, there were clearly also some smart people below the stage who perceived that something was wrong. Their mouths involuntarily started ranting and cursing, truly shameless enough to actually use continuous battles to exhaust Ji Qing's strength. Hey, do they still want face or not? The spouse finding martial combat. 1. Taiyan relies on true abilities. Using this kind of despicable moves will shorten one's lifespan. Using this kind of methods, even if they win, it won't be honorable either. If Miss Ruyin marries this kind of trash, I'm the first to be unconvinced. Hearing the cursing sounds below, Huang Wenqiu had a very composed look. Evidently, he took no notice of these admonishment voices at all. Young Master Huang really has nice means. The lofty number 2 expert in the capital actually used this kind of lowly method to expend your opponent's strength. The surprise it gave us really isn't small. The fatty Tang, Ji, was very displeased by this action. He already carried a sting in his words when talking, but Huang Wenqiu smiled and said, "Those who dare to stand on this stage will have to accept the challenge of all the young heroes under the heavens. If one doesn't have such awareness, I think it's best to scram down the stage early." Tang Ji snickered coldly and said, "I wonder if young Master Huang heard the words of those martial artists below. Young heroes? Young Master Huang really likes to gild your face with gold." But Zhao Chungan said indifferently, "Since time immemorial, the victor becomes king and the loser a bandit. I don't feel that Wenqiu's way of doing things is in any way inappropriate. Since one knows the rules of today's spouse, finding martial combat. 1. Taiyan, one would need to plan out a strategy well in advance. Ji Qing dares to be the first one on the stage. Don't tell me he's still afraid of other people going up to challenge him? Humph. Really birds of a feather flock together." When Tang Ji saw that these 2 people were colluding together, he was so angry that he snorted coldly and did not speak anymore. Eldest senior brother, these few fellows are called the capital's number 1 and number 2 experts in vain. Simply shameless. Carrying like this. I'm afraid that little junior brother, Tang Ji's transmitted his voice to S.H.I. plus Howren, but S.H.I. plus Howren smiled faintly and said, "You take a look at little junior brother again." Tang Ji was secretly startled and involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan. Indeed, he saw that some transformation took place on his body. Prior to this, although Yi Yuan's body had that sort of aura which disdained all under the heavens the entire time, he did not have much killing intent. But now, the aura on Yi Yuan's body already became fierce and sharp. I'm afraid that they miscalculated, wanting to use this kind of method to deal with little junior brother. Little junior brother isn't some soft persimmon. This point can be seen from him using extreme measures to utterly destroy Tong Wenchang. This time, I'm afraid that Huang Wenqiu, that boy's flesh is going to hurt. S.H.I. Plus Howren said with a smile. Chapter 421, Arg. Arg. With a tragic cry, the young martial artist opposite collapsed with a loud cross. H. Plus, but this time, this martial artist did not even get to emit a tragic cry, and immediately stopped breathing. Yi Yuan directly pulverized his opponent's divine soul. Without a divine soul, the martial artist became a dead person too. Everyone was secretly alarmed and realized that the atmosphere seemed to have become different from before. Next, Yi Yuan said coldly. This time, the next martial artist did not jump up right away. Huang Wenqiu's expression also changed. He knew that his methods had already thoroughly infuriated Yi Yuan. Otherwise, he would not directly deal a killing blow. Yi Yuan's attacks previously all just made his opponents lose their combat ability and did not kill. Those martial artists only had to recuperate their divine soul for a while after going back, and would be able to recover very quickly. But now that Yi Yuan was aware of this kind of despicable means, he naturally would not go easy anymore. One comes, I'll kill one. Two come, I'll kill both. He really wanted to see how many Sea Transformation Realm martial artists Huang Wenqiu could prepare to send here to die. At this time, Huang Wenqiu said a few words in a low voice to a servant behind. That servant received the order and left. Before long, another martial artist jumped onto the platform. This time, there was an uproar below the stage. Fourth level C transformation. A heavyweight CLA S martial artist finally went up. Up to this point, Yi Yuan had a manner of sweeping clean all along. Everyone did not know where his limits lied. And third level C transformation realm martial artists simply could not feel out Yi Yuan's limits. Fourth level C transformation realm. Regardless whether it was essence energy realm or soul force realm, it all went up an entire step. Nothing more suited to use for testing Yi Yuan's limits. Seeing the arrival, Yi Yuan flashed a grin and said, "Finally sent a decent one up. But you're still too weak." The arrival said in a great rage, "Don't belittle others. Clear my round first before talking." This martial artist was naturally also aware of Yi Yuan's prowess and did not let out any boasting. Up until now, Yi Yuan only used one move against everyone. One had to know that among these people, regardless of whether it was essence, energy realm, or divine soul realm, they were all much higher than Yi Yuan. Such a horrifying ability to leap ranks and battle seriously daunted people even from a distance. This young martial artist was already considered outstanding among those in the same generation. But in front of Yi Yuan, he seriously could not be arrogant. "Haha, clearing your round, is it? Then you have to receive it well." Yi Yuan said coolly. The young martial artist's expression changed, and he immediately felt that things were bad. However, it was already too late. He only felt a blur before his eyes. A streak of sword light already penetrated through his heart. How is this possible? Finished talking, this martial artist fell backward, looking up at the sky, breathing his last. He did not dare to believe this scene before his eyes even till death. No way, right? Ji Qing, he didn't use divine soul attacks, but used martial techniques to kill his opponent. Furthermore, it was still one move. Really freaking seeing ghosts. His divine soul attacks are so strong, and even his martial techniques are actually also so formidable. The opponent was at the 4th level C transformation realm. He finished him off in one move. Too powerful. I completely did not see clearly how he attacked. Why do I feel like his martial technique is even stronger than his divine soul attack? Is he really an alchemist? This Ji Qing is simply without any chaos in his armor, unparalleled alchemy skills, overwhelming divine soul attacks. Even his martial techniques are so powerful. My G.O.D. How can there be such a genius in this world? Does he still want people to live? Yi Yuan did not use very dazzling martial techniques. With his present concept's comprehension, a streak of casually released sword light was already matchlessly powerful. That young martial artist earlier was at best equal to Lan Bao's strength. Yi Yuan already finished off Lan Bao at the 1st level crystal formation realm. Now that he already broke through to late stage crystal formation realm, casually finus. Plussing off an ordinary 4th level C transformation realm martial artist was nothing amazing. However, his divine soul attack was already not very useful, so he gave it up immediately. If he could not even eliminate a cannon fodder like this, how could he get to maul the capital's #1 expert, Zhao Chenggan? Although they were both similarly at the middle stage C transformation realm, Zhao Chenggan's strength compared to that one just now was the difference of clouds and mud. This was the disparity in concepts. Seeing Yi Yuan finish off a 4th level C transformation realm with a casual blow, Zhao Chenggan's face could not help changing. He felt an immense threat. These few years, Zhao Chenggan had always viewed Shangguan Lingyun as his greatest adversary. But even Shangguan Lingyun could not give him such an enormous threat. Ji Qing, this brat, is only at the 7th level crystal formation realm. Being at the 7th level crystal formation realm and able to instantly kill someone at the 4th level C transformation realm. Wait until he advanced to the C transformation realm. What can I do by then? Looks like I must find an opportunity to kill this brat. Otherwise, the position of Wind Emperor will probably never reach my turn no matter what. In Zhao Chenggan's heart, nothing was more important than the position of Wind Emperor. For the position of Wind Emperor, he would do anything. But he naturally did not know that Yi Yuan completely did not care a whit about the so-called position of Wind Emperor, and Yi Yuan also could not possibly go and whatever position of Wind Emperor from him. Zhao Chenggan treating Yi Yuan as an imaginary foe, Yi Yuan was seriously wronged. Yet, who asked Yi Yuan's guys to be too good? At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly called out in a clear voice, Huang Wenqiu, however many people you prepared at the back, let them come together. The crowd was taken aback, from shock. Only now did they know that the one working this never-ending battles was actually Huang Wenqiu, but Yi Yuan calling out Huang Wenqiu, Keeley still gave everyone a great fright. Continuous battles were already shameless enough. Now, Yi Yuan actually asked the other party to come all together. One had to know that the ones coming up at the back were definitely powerhouses. That judge was also quite worried. He asked weakly, Young Master Ji, this doesn't adhere to the rules, right? Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, what doesn't adhere to the rules is there? Coming up one by one is too troublesome. When do we have to fight? Until. Coming up together. Resolving it is faster too. The judge looked towards Xiao Changfeng with beseeching eyes. Xiao Changfeng mused for a moment and said with a nod, as young Master Ji says then. Huang Wenqiu's face fell as he said, since you want to seek death, then I'll help you. Ask them all to go up. In a short while, Over 10 silhouettes appeared up there vividly, surrounding Yi Yuan in the center. When the crowd looked over, they involuntarily sucked in a cold breath. These dozen over people were mostly fourth level C transformation realm cultivation. There were even 3 people who actually already reached the 5th level C transformation realm. Such a lineup was seriously too strong. One had to know that Yi Yuan was only at the 7th level crystal formation realm. A 7th level crystal formation realm challenging a dozen over middle stage C transformation realms. Young Master G, finish them off. We support you. Yeah, utterly shameless. Come on, young Master G. We're all rooting for you. Young Master G, I want to marry you and become your concubine, yelled out a female martial artist. Ha ha ha. This sort of unabashed measures already stirred up everyone's sympathy towards Yi Yuan. For a moment, the shouting below the platform rose one after the other. They were all supporting Yi Yuan. Chapter 422, Yi Yuan swept a cold glance across these sea transformation realm martial artists and said coolly, "You all don't blame me. If you want someone to blame, then blame Huang Wenqiu. Bon voyage." Yi Yuan swept a cold glance across these sea transformation realm martial artists and said coolly, "You all don't blame me. If you want someone to blame, then blame Huang Wenqiu. Bon voyage." That apathetic attitude of Yi Yuan's thoroughly infuriated these people. They were all talented individuals among those of the same generation. Although they attached themselves to the Huang family, they had their own pride. But now, they were looked down by a 7th level crystal formation realm. You're too unbridled, boy. Do you really think that you're invincible? You're facing so many of us alone. Do you really take us to be made of paper? Hee, so rampant now. In a while, there will be the time for you to cry. These people were currently cursing when all of a sudden, their faces changed. The surrounding heaven and earth essence energy underwent some minute changes. Countless pink flower petals were currently forming together in midair. Not good. This boy can actually mobilize heaven and earth essence energy. Quickly attack. These people were not rookies and discovered what was wrong very soon. Each of them unleashed their own ultimate moves. Except, how could Yi Yuan give them the opportunity? Breaking through to late-stage crystal formation realm, Yi Yuan was already not far away from sea transformation realm. His affinity towards heaven and earth essence energy already had a qualitative increase. Him unleash. I plus ing 1,000 flowing petals again at this time. The power could no longer be mentioned in the same breath as before. It was only to see the pink flower petals which covered the skies surround the entire platform. The martial artists below could not even see clearly what was happening on the stage. What move is this? Too terrifying. Oh, my G. Oh, D. He's only at the 7th level crystal formation realm. His control over heaven and earth essence energy actually already reached such an outrageous degree. This move, even late-stage sea transformation realms probably can't execute it either, right? Yet, a group of female martial artists was dazzled by this scenery. Whoa, so gorgeous. Young Master G must be a very romantic person to actually be able to execute such a resplendently beautiful move. When Shangguan Lingxue saw this scene, her eyes likewise roamed around. I'm really somewhat envious of younger sister Ruyan now. To actually have such a phenomenal man battle all the heroes in the world for her. If there's a man who does this for me, I'd even die happy. Getting such a husband, what else is there to seek? When Zhao Chenggan heard these words, his face instantly turned green. Shangguan Lingxue was a very proud girl. He courted Shangguan Lingxue for several years and did not get such a praise from her either. Those words earlier, Shangguan Lingxue had clearly moved on already. However, Ji Qing that punk was still fighting for Xiao Ruyan. Zhao Chenggan's heart suddenly became abnormally irritable, with an impulse to go down and kill Yi Yuan. Thousand flowing petals. Slaughter. For words were lightly uttered out of Yi Yuan's mouth. The flying petals which covered the skies were initially drifting about peacefully, but at this time it became wild, charging towards the dozen over martial artists without care. Ah! Arg! For some time, miserable cries lingered incessantly, making people's scalp tingled. They could not see clearly what was happening inside the sea of flower petals. But just hearing those miserable cries, they also knew that behind these dazzling flower petals, something not beautiful was currently happening. After a dozen over breaths, the flower petals dissipated, and only a lonely silhouette was left on the platform. Who could it be but Yi Yuan? Those dozen over martial artists, including those few fifth Level C transformation realm martial artists, were already sprawled at random on the platform. What kind of joke is this? A dozen over middle stage C transformation realm experts were actually annihilated instantly in one move like this? I can't stand it anymore. This Ji Qing is simply like a bottomless hole. You simply don't know where his limits lie. 9th level crystal formation realm. He instantly defeats in one move. 1st level C transformation realm. He instantly defeats in one move. 3rd level C transformation realm is still insta-kill with one move. Now a bunch of 4th and 5th level C transformation realm. He actually used just one move to insta-kill. But this move is really powerful until it makes people feel suffocated. Truly can't imagine how a crystal formation realm like him can actually muster up so much heaven and earth essence energy. Exclamations sounded out all around. The shock that this scene brought everyone was too intense. Seeing this scene, Huang Wenqiu's face became ghastly pale. These martial artists were all the elites of the Huang family's young generation. They actually died tragically in Yi Yuan's hands just like this. When he returned, how should he give an account to father? This time, he really played big. Originally, he thought that with a dozen over people ganging up on Yi Yuan, they would not lose too badly no matter what. He did not think that Yi Yuan instantly killed everyone with one move. This Yi Yuan was truly too monstrous. Huang Wenqiu looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes spewing fire. But at this time, Yi Yuan looked over. With a grin, he said, "Don't waste time anymore. The two of you can come up together." Both Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe's expressions changed, but they involuntarily exchanged glances with each other. "You're sure that you want to challenge the two of us?" Huang Wenqiu said with a cold smile. "So much C-R-A-P. Did I not say it clearly enough?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Ha ha. Huang Wenqiu, looks like the two of us are being looked down by people. Why don't we go up to write our names ourselves?" "Xue," Zaihe said with a light laugh. Huang Wenqiu nodded with a solemn look and said, "While I'm not quite willing to join hands with a fellow like you, but since he's seeking death himself, we have to team up no matter what. If I don't kill this punk today, it will be hard to sate the hatred in my heart." "Ha ha. Even being rampant has to have a limit, isn't it so? Although we're both 5th level C transformation realm too. He doesn't think that he can beat us for certain using just that one move, right?" Xue Zaihe's smile gradually became cold. Among the junior generation in the entire capital, he only dreaded Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Chenggan. Today, he was actually disparaged by a crystal formation realm boy. It truly displeased him greatly. "Fine. Then the two of us sworn enemies will cooperate well today. Ruyan's matter, after settling this punk, will fight a match properly again." Huang Wenqiu said, poking such a big hole. "Huang Wenqiu must kill Yi Yuan today and marry Xiao Ruyan over. Or else, when he returned today, he would have no way of giving an account to his family. Young Master Ji actually wants to challenge Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe joining hands. This act is rather rash. Plus, I couldn't agree more. These two people are known as the capital's junior generation's number 2 experts. It's not an unearned reputation. Those people previously, even if their realms were on par with theirs, their strength was also at a different league. Although that move from young Master Ji earlier was powerful, it's only powerful in area of effect attacks. With Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe's strength, wanting to crack it shouldn't be tough. Young Master Ji fighting 2 alone. The difficulty is somewhat high. Both Huang Wenqiu's and Xue Zaihe's strengths were already deeply entrenched in the hearts of the people. These martial artists all knew the terror of their strength. As for the number 1 Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Chenggan, they dared to imagine even less. However, Yi Yuan was only at the 7th level crystal formation realm after all. Facing these 2 great experts, it was seriously at too much of a disadvantage. The 2 people stood up and jumped onto the platform. Huang Wenqiu grinned hideously and said, "Ji Qing, this is you courting death yourself. I'm not to blame. Killing you on the stage. I believe that Sovereign Star Abyss has no reason to put the blame on me too." Yi Yuan said indifferently, "As long as you have the capabilities, there will naturally not be anybody who comes to find trouble with you." Chapter 4:23. Xue Zaihe. Don't you turn up for work, but not put in the effort. Huang Wenqiu said, "Xue Zaihe. Don't you turn up for work, but not put in the effort." Huang Wenqiu said, "Relax. This bit of gains and losses relation, I can still differentiate it. Talk about other things after taking care of this punk first." Xue Zaihe replied, "Then that's good. Go." Once Huang Wenqiu's voice faded, the 2 people's figure instantly vanished from where they stood. The speed was swift beyond comprehension. Previously, Ji's speed during the earlier battle was as slow as a snail in front of these 2. However, at that moment, Yi Yuan's figure similarly vanished from its original spot. Clank, clank, clank. A series of metal class. Plussing sound echoed. The martial artists below the stage practically could not capture these 3 people's actions. Only from the afterimages, left behind occasionally, did they know that these 3 were in the midst of an intense confrontation. Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe, being so fast, were within everyone's expectations. But everyone did not think that Yi Yuan could actually keep up with the pair's speed. Fighting 2 alone, they actually fought until neither could gain the upper hand. When did crystal formation realm martial artists had such speed? Too fast. I completely can't make out their movements. Who holds the advantage right now? Don't know. I can't see clearly either. Is Ji Qing really a crystal formation realm martial artist? Did he hide his strength? Impossible. From the start to the end, his essence energy undulations was 7th level crystal formation realm. It's certain. If I were on the stage, I would have died a dozen times over long ago. Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe are indeed well deserving of being the number 2 experts. Their comprehension of concepts is simply not what rookies like us can compare to. In truth, Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe were both very wary of Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals. The shock that the scene prior to this gave the 2 of them was too great. Therefore, these 2 acted in concert without prior consultation and chose to attack directly. They adopted the method of hand-to-hand combat to not give Yi Yuan the chance to execute 1,000 flowing petals. The 2 of them were at the 5th level C transformation realm. Their realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's. They decided to use realm to crush Yi Yuan to death. But the result of the matter did not develop as they imagined. The more Huang Wenqiu and Shui Zaihe fought, the more alarmed they became. Yi Yuan's Tsanghua sword danced impenetrably. In the blink of an eye, 100 moves were exchanged, but the two of them actually did not occupy a gleam of advantage at all. How was this possible? How could they know that Yi Yuan comprehended the transmission concept and the wind flow concept? In terms of movement technique, and in terms of offensive power, he was only stronger and not weaker. Apart from suffering some minor losses regarding essence energy, Yi Yuan tossed them several streets behind in other areas. It was precisely because so that Yi Yuan could just barely fight to a draw with them. Otherwise, their outcome would not be any better than those martial artists previously. Furthermore, Yi Yuan continuously condensed a small ma. S of 1,000 flowing petals in the process of fighting them to neutralize their all kinds of attack. With Yi Yuan's present strength, just condensing such a small bundle of petals was basically something as swift as thought and completely did not require large-scale mobilizing of heaven and earth essence energy. Ji Qing's execution of his move already reached the extent of releasing and withdrawing as he pleases. Moreover, this move of his is like the flower petals dances along with his entire being. Truly a feast for the eyes and mind. Shangguan Lingxue praised. Of course, not everybody was unable to capture these three people's speed. There were many experts present, and also plenty of people stronger than them. There were obviously people who could see it, but precisely because they could see it, their understanding of Yi Yuan's prowess became even clearer instead. Having been through such a long period of fumbling and comprehension, Yi Yuan's execution of the 1,000 flowing petals already reached an extremely proficient degree. It was also to say that Yi Yuan's comprehension of this supreme true intent took another large stride forward. Shangguan Lingyun nodded his head as well and said, to wield this move to such a transcendent degree, this Ji Qing's strength truly makes people sigh with admiration. Shangguan Lingxue asked rather puzzledly, Big Brother rarely commends people. You didn't give rise to the thought of fighting with him, right? Shangguan Lingyun smiled and said, Younger sister understands me. That's right. An opponent like this is really hard to come by. Shangguan Lingxue said in derision. Then, did Big Brother take fancy on Ji Qing this rival or took fancy on young Sister Ruyan? Ha! You and Sister Ruyan are hailed collectively as the capital's dual absolutes. If I can marry her home, wouldn't that be beautiful? Shangguan Lingyun said with a loud laugh. If that's the case, then Big Brother will have to kill Ji Qing on the stage today. Or else, you'd establish a terrifying enemy for yourself, Shangguan Lingxue said with a smile. The smile on Shangguan Lingyun's face froze. Evidently, he had not considered this problem. And this problem was really a dreadful issue. If he really killed Yi Yuan, the Shangguan family would have thoroughly offended the alchemist A.S. Association. As long as Star Abyss still sat on this position for a day, the Shangguan family could forget about ever finding the alchemist A.S. Association to refine a medicinal pill. Such a loss was not what the Shangguan family could bear. And if he did not kill Yi Yuan, the grudge of S. and A.T.C. Hing his wife was irreconcilable. How could Ji Qing be willing to drop the matter with him? Although Shangguan Lingyang had immense faith in himself, facing a monster like Yi Yuan, he still really did not wish to provoke. All right then, take it as if I never said it, Shangguan Lingyun said helplessly. Hee, I have really never seen such a big brother. I'm getting more and more interested in this Ji Qing, Shangguan Lingxue said with a beam. By the side, Zhao Chenggan's complexion turned green once again. Yi Yuan already entered the heart like Stillwater State, currently. Each and every action of the two people were within grasp. Adding his subtle manipulation of the 1,000 flowing petals, the more Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe fought, the more depressed they got. In a twinkle, several hundred moves past said. The two of them did not gain any advantage at all. The two number 2 experts in the capital's junior generation were actually helpless against a 7th-level crystal formation realm when partnering up. Saying this out was an utter joke. What made them even gloomier was that fighting until now, Yi Yuan's essence energy did not have the slightest hint of being drained. It was as if it totally could not be exhausted. Where did this fellow get so much essence energy? One had to know that Yi Yuan already fought with 20 to 30 C transformation realm martial artists prior to this. Could it be that he did not expend any essence energy at all? A Ma-S Civ area of effect move like the 1,000 flowing petals should be extremely draining on essence energy. Why was Yi Yuan's essence energy so abundant? These two people discovered to their sorrow that they could not gain any bit of advantage with such a fighting method. Xue Zaihe, Huang Wenqiu suddenly yelled out. And Xue Zaihe understood tacitly. The two of them withdrew their moves at the same time, pulling apart the distance from Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not continue his victorious pursuit, but remained calm and composed as he stared at the two of them. With his essence energy thickness, plus extremely precise control over essence energy, he did not fear the two of them fighting a consumption battle with him. Ji Qing, I admit that you're very strong, but it ends here, Huang Wenqiu said with a cold snort. Clearly, he was very unsatisfied with this battle result. But Yi Yuan said with a smile, whatever moves you have, just use them. I'll receive it all. Huang Wenqiu sneered coldly and said, as you Wisconsin H. Plus Xue Zaihe, don't hide it anymore. Bring out your true abilities. Xue Zaihe nodded and said, okay. Chapter 4, 24 Two great experts fighting 2-on-1, and were actually unable to take down Yi Yuan. They both felt a loss of prestige. Two great experts fighting 2-on-1, and were actually unable to take down Yi Yuan. They both felt a loss of prestige. These first-rate families' top disciples naturally all had their own powerful trump cards. It was just that there were a scant few people who could force out their trump cards. Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe's trump cards were saved for each other. But now, they had no choice but to use them at the same time to deal with Yi Yuan, because from them observing the matches until now, ordinary measures completely could not do anything to Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan was only at the 7th-level crystal formation realm, his true combat power was already on the same level as the two of them. No, even so far as to say that it's Serpa, as said theirs, because the two of them combining strength earlier only just barely fought to a draw. With Yi Yuan too, a heaven-defying genius like this, how could they possibly defeat without going all out? Huang Wenqiu used a saber. He raised long saber in his hand and said solemnly, to be able to die under my wind-rebelling 3 blades, it's also considered your fortune. But what Xue Zaihe relied on was a pair of naked palms. It was only to see him put his palms together. His aura increased explosively. His realm was actually rising continuously. Very soon, Xue Zaihe broke through to the 6th level C transformation realm. But it did not end. His aura was still rising unceasingly. Before long, Xue Zaihe broke through to the 7th level C transformation realm in one stroke. Everyone's faces changed. Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Xue Zaihe actually learned the Origin Spirit 9 transformations. S-H-I plus Howren's complexion turned pale from fear. Origin Spirit 9 transformations is a martial technique that uses the essence fire within the martial artist's body as the foundation to stimulate the martial artist's potential to let the martial artist temporarily break through realms. It's the Shui family's ultimate martial technique. To think that Shui Zaihe actually already successfully planted an essence fire inside his body and even successfully cultivated this martial technique. Truly surprising. Shangguan Lingyun gasped with admiration. Looking at Shui Zaihe breaking through to the 7th level C transformation realm, the essence fire in his body should be a quasi-tier 4 origin fire. Pretty decent already. Hee, I really want to see how Ji Qing plans on dealing with these two people's ultimate martial techniques, Shangguan Lingxue said with a giggle. The effects of this Origin Spirit 9 transformations was actually similar to the 5 elements Spirit Link pill that Yi Yuan took in the past. It could raise the martial artist's realm briefly. At this time, Xiao Ruyan finally could not sit still anymore. She could not resist uncovering her head veil slightly and taking the scene on the stage all in. When she saw Shui Zaihe breaking through to the 7th level C transformation realm, she could not help worrying for Yi Yuan. Ji Qing, nothing must happen to you, or else I won't be able to forgive myself for life either. Xiao Ruyan said with tears in her eyes. Ha, to think that you really held a move in reserve. If you suddenly used this move when fighting me, I would really not know how to deal with it. Huang Wenqiu said with a snicker. He and Shui Zaihe had always been well matched. Their strength was almost on par. Once Shui Zaihe directly broke through to the 7th level C transformation realm and reached late-stage C transformation realm, even if Huang Wenqiu were more powerful, he would also not be his match. Shui Zaihe grinned and said, so what even if you know? I don't believe that you can leap across 2 minor realms to defeat me. There was already an exceedingly huge disparity between the 6th level C transformation realm and 7th level C transformation realm, let alone Huang Wenqiu was only at the 5th level C transformation realm. Hence, Shui Zaihe was BRIMMING with confidence. But Huang Wenqiu was very composed as he said, I'm afraid that I'll have to disappoint you. Even you had such a huge improvement. How can I dare to ease up? Finished talking, Huang Wenqiu's aura suddenly skyrocketed. But what he skyrocketed was not his realm. It was the sort of pressure pressing forward with indomitable will aura. Shui Zaihe's expression changed. Wind rebelling frenzied blade. You actually mastered the 3rd move, Wind Rebelling Frenzied Blade. Huang Wenqiu grinned and said, I wonder how the outcome will be if I use this to deal with you. At this time, although Huang Wenqiu's realm was still at the 5th level C transformation realm, in terms of aura, he said even Shui Zaihe's Wind Rebelling Frenzied Blade. Ha, this boy still has some capabilities. To actually master the Wind Rebelling Frenzied Blade. This time, I want to see how Ji Qing deals with the Wind Rebelling Frenzied Blade plus Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Zhao Cheng'an burst into laughter. Below the stage were also exclamations of shock. The reason why the 2 Huang and Shui families were called first-rate families was because apart from their family's foundation, these 2 martial techniques claimed enormous credit. These 2 people are indeed worthy of being experts tied at number 2. Such talent. How many people among the younger generation could measure up? Late-stage C transformation realm versus late-stage crystal formation realm. This difference is a bit too large. Let alone, there's still a Huang Wenqiu who mastered the 3rd move of the Wind Rebelling 3 Blades, reaching the realm of Wind Rebelling Frenzied Blade. This martial technique is already considered attaining a higher level of mastery. The power of the Wind Rebelling Frenzied Blade is enough to let Huang Wenqiu rival the Shui Zaihe after raising his realm. How should young Master Ji respond? Wind Rebelling 3 Blades. This martial technique only had a total of 3 stances. However, with the mastery of each move, the power would show exponential increase. The reason why Huang Wenqiu could be hailed as the number 2 expert was by relying on him mastering the second move and far in the lead among those of the same generation. And now, he actually even mastered the third move. This indicated that he already cast those in the Huang family's same generation far behind. Of course, each move of the wind rebelling 3 blades had 3 levels. Huang Wenqiu had not even reached large success in the first level. Even so, he was already sufficiently powerful. Everyone all knew that these two had very formidable cards up their sleeves, but did not think that these 2 trump cards were actually so powerful. Ji Qing, to be able to force us to unleash our trump cards, you can already be sufficiently proud. But after today, the capital won't have Ji Qing, this person, existing anymore. Huang Wenqiu said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan watched the 2 of them perform as a bystander the entire time. But he himself did not make the slightest movement. Hearing Huang Wenqiu's cold laughter, Yi Yuan suddenly smiled. Looks like the 2 of you still have some capabilities to be hailed together as the number 2 experts in the capital. Haha, pretending to be calm? However, it's futile. Xue Zai has said with a light laugh. The 2 of them used their trump cards. Their confidence naturally shot through the roof. Now, even if they were asked to go and challenge Xiao Qinggan, they would also not be the slightest bit fearful. But Yi Yuan said with a smile, no need to pretend. If you guys think that you can win me like this, I can only say, too naive. As he spoke, Yi Yuan gently released the Canghua sword in his hand. Canghua sword plunged into the clouds and vanished from sight. In the past, my realm was insufficient and my essence energy was lacking, so I was incapable of unleash I plus ing the 1,000 flowing petals' greatest power. But now, my essence energy can already support the full-powered execution of this move. Thus, you guys enjoy it to your heart's content. It was like Yi Yuan's voice came from the netherworld, striking Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe's hearts word for word. Such a large display earlier, killing over a dozen middle-stage C transformation realm experts in one move, was actually not going all out yet. Then, how horrifying would the full-powered release of this move be? Very soon, they came to know how harrowing it was, because flower petals which filled the entire sky already wafted up. This time, it was not just the entire platform. Chapter 4, 25 petals after petals danced in the air as if flower petals rained down on the entire plaza. Petals after petals danced in the air as if flower petals rained down on the entire plaza. If they did not know beforehand that this was Yi Yuan's sword move, people would be exclaiming in surprise at this beautiful scenery. In a place like the fierce gale world, it was very rare to be able to see this kind of falling flowers flying all around wondrous sight. Yi Yuan brought it to them. It was just that anybody was aware that behind this beauty, an immense danger was concealed. The flower petals which blotted out the skies and covered the earth gave people a hair-raising, oppressive feeling instead. Oh my G, oh D, is this really a martial technique unleashed by a 7th-level crystal formation realm? It's too preposterous, right? The quant, 1 tie of these flower petals is probably several times of that move previously. He finished off over a dozen middle-stage C transformation realms in one move just now. How horrifying will the power of this move be? This move is too heaven-defying. I really can't imagine how a 7th-level crystal formation realm can manipulate so much heaven and earth essence energy. How exquisite does one's manipulation ability have to be? Indeed, Yi Yuan's control over essence energy had already completely said their imaginations. In terms of control of essence energy, Yi Yuan was divine king level, and his abilities in this area were completely attributed to alchemy skills. In his previous life, Yi Yuan was extremely meticulous in refining pills, and his requirement towards control of essence energy was harsh to the extreme. Only then did he have such exquisite control abilities. In the past, Yi Yuan was a housewife who could not cook a meal without rice. Now that his strength increased dramatically and his essence energy was ample, he could unleash this aspect to its pinnacle. Controlling heaven and earth essence energy was not having it at one's beck and call, but to control the heaven and earth essence energy within a certain radius with the essence energy within the martial artist's own body as the foundation. Now that Yi Yuan broke through 5 realms in succession, the essence energy in his body showed an exponential increase. The essence energy that he could control naturally also increased exponentially. Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe were still BRIMMING with confidence earlier, but currently their faces had a never-before-seen grimness. Such power was simply appalling. The pair exchanged glances and understood each other without words. Wind rebelling frenzied blade, advancing with indomitable will. Huang Wenqiu roared, charging at Yi Yuan with a lightning-like momentum. Starfire blazing prairie. Xue Zaihe lightly flicked his finger. A small tuft of flames flew out swiftly. Vanish. Plussing in a blink of an eye. The two people bore down menacingly. Yi Yuan mind stirred. 2 clumps of flower petals blocked their incoming path. 1,000 flowing petals. Explode. Faint explosion sounds echoed in the air, wanting to stop the 2 people's incoming path. However, the wind-rebelling frenzied blade and origin spirit 9 transformations were not some common wares. Only to see Huang Wenqiu pressing forward like a hot knife cutting through the entire way, splitting the clumps of flower petals, while Xue Zaihe formed a no-man's land for himself with formidable strength. At the same time, the small tuft of flames that he controlled suddenly appeared by Yi Yuan's side. Yet, it did not have the starfire ablazing prairie's momentum as imagined, because the instant that it appeared, there were already innumerable flower petals enveloping it. Inside that bundle of flames contained horrifying power. However, it was wrapped up by limitless flower petals. The petals exploded unceasingly, frittering away that S of flame's power, while on Huang Wenqiu's side, only to see him split the sea of petals into 2 halves with 1 blade. A horrifying streak of saber-like S sped through the flower petals sea, cleaving towards Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan unhurriedly controlled the boundless petals to continuously explode around the surroundings of the saber-light. By the time the saber-light arrived in front of Yi Yuan, it was already just an ordinary attack. Yi Yuan casually flicked with his hand. The saber-light dissipated. Huang Wenqiu's expression changed drastically. This was his wind-rebelling frenzied blade's strongest attack. This streak of saber-light was enough to freaking cleave ordinary late-stage sea transformation realms into 2 halves. It was actually effortlessly resolved by Yi Yuan just like this. Huang Wenqiu gritted his teeth, mustered up all the momentum of his saber, and slashed towards Yi Yuan once again. However, there were petals exploding non-stop around him, hindering his advancement. There were too many flower petals. Clumps after clumps exploded ceaselessly, seemingly without end. Yi Yuan was clearly not far away, but Huang Wenqiu felt that this bit of distance was a short distance away, but poles apart. Just like this, his speed became increasingly slower. This wind-rebelling frenzied blade moved stressed about accompli. Plussing in one vigorous effort. But this one vigorous effort was forcefully worn down by Yi Yuan, depleted by the second and exhausted by the third. without that momentum of pressing forward with indomitable will. Even if the saber technique was stronger, it would not be much stronger. The saber momentum that Huang Wenqiu ACCU mulat for a long time dissipated to nothing like this. The saber momentum exhausted, Huang Wenqiu was instantaneously enveloped by infinite flower petals, going from offense to defense. While on this side, Shui Zaihe already sunk into the boundless flower sea. Although the flower petals were unable to break through his defense for the time being with him, relying on his powerful 7th level C transformation realm cultivation, he could not do anything to those flower petals either. Just eradicated one batch, and there would immediately be a vast quant. 1 tie of flower petals were plenies. Plussing over. This sort of fighting method really made people have an impulse to vomit blood. And that bundle of flames that he fired out was already like a candle flame in the wind currently, tottering on the edge of extinguish. Plussing. Seeing the great battle on the platform, everyone below the stage all held their breaths. They had never seen before that martial artists could still fight like this. Young Master G's martial technique is simply unheard of. These flower petals look very weak. So many countless flower petals together give people a feeling of being unmatched. Moreover, young Master G's attention is divided into 3. He's controlling those flower petals to deal with the 2 people and a bundle of flames. This feeling of releasing and withdrawing it as he pleases really makes people revere. No matter how powerful the attack, going through those countless petals' self-detonation and erosion, it would rapidly become weak and feeble. This kind of feeling is like falling into a quagmire. The flower petals in the sky became increasingly just as the petals were about to dissipate to nothing, Huang Wenqiu and Shui Zaihe finally could not hold out anymore, and the flower petals breached their defenses. Arg! 2 miserable cries sounded out on the platform at the same time, making people's hearts tighten when heard. The 2 mighty number 2 experts were defeated like this. The audience below the stage still did not dare quite believe this until now. How many years had it been since anyone from the capital's junior generation dared to challenge Huang Wenqiu and Shui Zaihe? Apart from Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Chungan, these 2 people could virtually be said to be invincible existences. But today, under their teaming up, they actually lost in the hands of a 7th level crystal formation realm martial artist. The impact this conclusion gave people was seriously too great. Even if Yi Yuan killed so many C transformation realm martial artists previously, the impact it brought was also not as great as now. Yi Yuan stood at a corner of the platform dressed in white, clearly quite young, yet gave people a feeling of insurmountable. The current Yi Yuan was akin to a heavenly deity descending upon the world. Invincible! The shock that Yi Yuan gave everyone today could no longer be described using words. Crossing ranks to battle was every genius's inherent skill. But crossing ranks to battle like Yi Yuan, the people completely could not imagine it. One had to know that Yi Yuan's opponents could virtually be said to represent the highest standards of the entire fierce Gale world's junior generation. Such a victory was too soul-stirring. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly turned around to look at Zhao Chungan, saying nonchalantly, "Your Highness, the 7th Prince, want to come down and play?" Chapter 426. When Yi Yuan's voice fell, everyone's hearts plunged. When Yi Yuan's voice fell, everyone's hearts plunged. I'm a little hard of hearing. What did Ji Qing say just now? He wants to challenge His Highness, the 7th Prince. I didn't hear it wrongly, right? I really don't know how to use words to describe my current emotion. In this world, apart from Shangguan Lingyun, there's actually somebody who dares to challenge His Highness, the 7th Prince. Yeah, Seventh Prince is a genius martial artist who comprehended true intent on a completely different level from Huang Wenqiu and the rest. Ji Qing actually dares to challenge even him. Why do I feel like something is not quite right? Isn't this a spouse finding martial compet? One, Tian, why did it suddenly become a martial arts tournament? The matter of His Highness, the Seventh Prince, courting Shangguan Lingxue is publicly known. As long as Yi Yuan doesn't provoke him, it's impossible for him to come down. Yi Yuan's words instantly ignited the entire plaza, challenging the capital's number one, the candidate for Wind Emperor. How formidable the strength, and how much courage did this need? Ha! You're sure that you want to challenge this prince? Zhao Chenggan said with a cold snicker. Towards Yi Yuan's courting death action, Zhao Chenggan was naturally very welcoming. He had long wanted to eliminate Yi Yuan. Now, with this open and above-board chance to kill Yi Yuan, he obviously did not wish to let it slip by. Even with Yi Yuan using a powerful move such as the 1,000 flowing petals previously, Zhao Chenggan still had full confidence in eliminating Yi Yuan. Little junior brother, don't be reckless. I know that your strength improved greatly, but Zhao Chenggan's strength is absolutely not as simple as you imagine. S.H.I. plus Howren's brows knitted, and he transmitted his voice. Xiao Ruyan was so anxious that she almost wanted to jump down. She hurriedly transmitted her voice. Young Master Ji, the pair's strength earlier is much weaker compared to Zhao Chenggan. You better not provoke him. But Yi Yuan smiled lightly and did not say any more. However, his meaning was understood by all. He was not joking, but really wanted to challenge Seventh Prince. Zhao Chenggan sneered and said, "You aren't thinking that you have the qualifications to challenge me after winning the two of them, right? Since you're seeking death, then I'll help you." Finished talking, Zhao Chenggan floated down. Arriving on top of the platform, Zhao Chenggan's long spear jerked and was full of overbearingness from start to end. Ha! A vanquished opponent actually has the guts to challenge this prince. This prince admires your foolishness greatly. It's just that even I kill you today, I won't marry Xiao Ruyan either. Don't you worry. Once he stood on the stage, Zhao Chenggan's tyrannical aura could not be concealed anymore. Especially with that long spear in his hands, it raised his aura to the peak even more so. Every action carried a breathtaking power. The number one expert among the younger generation lived up to his reputation. Hearing Zhao Chenggan's words, Xiao Ruyan heaved a sigh of relief. But she was also secretly worried for Yi Yuan. Zhao Chenggan already had not exhibited his strength in front of people for a long time. Most likely, even Shangguan Lingyun wasn't sure of his current strength. But Body doubted Zhao Chenggan's present strength. I will seek vengeance if there is a grudge. I entered a retreat for a month and broke through 5 realms consecutively. This was all for you. Hence, you should feel honored. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Last time, Zhao Chenggan not only nearly killed Yi Yuan, he even almost killed White Light too. This grudge was not what an apology could skate over. If Zhao Chenggan sincerely apologized, then forget it. But the entire capital all knew that Zhao Chenggan was only forced by the circumstances. If not for Star Abyss exerting pressure on the Wind Emperor, it was entirely impossible for him to come to apologize. Yi Yuan was about to leave the fierce Gale world soon. With Yi Yuan's personality of not leaving revenge through the night, how could he possibly wait until the future? Therefore, today, this fight was unavoidable. Ha ha ha. So, what if you consecutively broke through 5 realms? You're not thinking that only you can break through, right? The reason why this prince was only at the 6th level C transformation realm was not because this prince couldn't break through, but it was because this prince was deliberately suppressing my realm. Hence, open your eyes. Zhao Cheng'an laughed wildly. All of a sudden, Zhao Cheng'an's long spear shook. An absolutely powerful aura undulated out. On the platform, an essence energy tempest actually formed. This, His Highness the Seventh Prince, is actually breaking through. He's going to break through to the 7th level C transformation realm. If he breaks through successfully, then Ji Qing won't have any hope at all. What's Ji Qing doing? Isn't he going to go forward to interrupt 7th Prince's breakthrough? Watching him break through Pa S. Sively? Sigh. It's useless. Since 7th Prince dares to break through in front of him, he naturally isn't afraid of him interrupting. This is a powerhouse's absolute self-confidence. Furthermore, in that battle prior to this, Ji Qing's essence energy is also pretty much depleted, right? But speaking of which, 7th Prince actually broke through his bottleneck for Yi Yuan. This in itself should be an affirmation and placing importance on Ji Qing, right? For a time, storms raged on the platform. Zhao Cheng'an's aura was in the midst of continuously rising. For geniuses like Zhao Cheng'an, what was most important for them was not realm breakthrough, but it was comprehending concepts. When a martial artist was young, it was the most optimal time to comprehend concepts. Once their potential was exhausted, wanting to comprehend concepts again would be as hard as scaling to heaven. At that time, it also signified where the limits of a martial artist lay. Therefore, pinnacle geniuses never took breaking through realms to be of importance. Most of their time was used for comprehending concepts. Zhao Cheng'an and Shangguan Lingyun, these people all did not deliberately cultivate essence energy, but reached middle stage C transformation realm at this age. It could be seen how great their talent was. Yi Yuan naturally also placed priority on comprehending concepts. Hence, his essence energy realm was not high all along. If he went all out to break through, he would be able to break through to the Soul Sea realm in less than half a year. To an alchemy emperor, using medicinal pills to pile on realms was seriously too easy. Zhao Cheng'an did not meditate to absorb essence energy. He just held his spear and stood there, but his aura was still in the midst of rising nonstop. 6th level C transformation realm to 7th level was not a small threshold, but in front of Zhao Cheng'an, it was dismissed so easily. This was the number 1 person of the capital's junior generation. Shangguan Lingshue's face did not have any visible change in countenance. She looked at Shangguan Lingyun and said with a smile, "Big brother seems to be regretting a little." Shangguan Lingyun said with a regretful face, "Yeah, I thought of a really good idea just now to go down and fight with Ji Qing, but he actually challenged His Highness, the 7th Prince. It makes me feel really dejected." Shangguan Lingxue raised her eyebrows and asked, "What idea?" Her, I just have to go down and defeat him, then fake defeat. To think that you can think of that, but Ji Qing is already an arrow at the end of its flight, while His Highness is like the midday sun. Is there still anything worth competing in this match? You think this way? Too shallow. How can a shockingly brilliant character like Ji Qing challenge 7th Prince under the circuit stances where he doesn't have room for maneuver? And could it be that move earlier was still not his limit, but his essence energy has already reached its limits as well? Furthermore, His Highness even broke through to the 7th level C transformation realm. I seriously can't think of how he should respond. Haha, I'm also very much looking forward to it, Shangguan Lingyun said, with a laugh. Chapter 4:27 Zhao Cheng'an's breakthrough did not last for too long. Very soon, the essence energy tempest dissipated. But Zhao Cheng'an's aura soared tremendously, stopping firmly at the 7th level C transformation realm. Zhao Cheng'an's breakthrough did not last for too long. Very soon, The essence energy tempest dissipated. But Zhao Cheng'an's aura soared tremendously, stopping firmly at the 7th level C transformation realm. He looked at Yi Yuan with a cold smile and said, "Now, do you feel regret for your foolishness? But it's already too late. Provoking this prince is your greatest sorrow in this lifetime." Crossing ranks to battle were as simple as eating and drinking to Zhao Cheng'an. Ordinary late-stage C transformation realm martial artists completely did not have the strength to retaliate in front of him. Even peak C transformation realm martial artists, Zhao Cheng'an could easily kill too. And today, this was his first time being crossed ranks to battle by somebody. Moreover, it was not one or two minor realms, but a full major realm. This was an immense humiliation to Zhao Cheng'an. But Zhao Cheng'an had to admit that Yi Yuan being able to beat Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe's team-up showed that Yi Yuan absolutely had the qualifications to make him genuinely attach importance to him. Hence, he chose to break through without any hesitation. The Yi Yuan, after breaking through 5 realms in succession, was no longer the rookie that he could freely bully and humiliate on that day. Shangguan Lingyun was able to guess that Yi Yuan had a card up his sleeves. Zhao Cheng'an could naturally guess that too. Yi Yuan still dared to issue a challenge to him under such a condition. It was impossible for him to be without preparations at all, except that he was the same as Shangguan Lingyun, being unaware of what Yi Yuan's card was. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Really don't know where your confidence comes from. Is breaking through to the 7th level C transformation realm very impressive?" Haha, the 7th level C transformation realm is naturally nothing impressive. But to deal with you, it's sufficient. Zhao Cheng'an said with a laugh. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Looks like you're full of confidence. I really can't bear to smash your confidence. But it's such a shame. This sort of thing like breaking through realms, I've always been more adept. One realm is too little." Zhao Cheng'an's face changed, and he asked, "What do you mean? You just broke through 5 realms. Could it be that you can still continue breaking through now? Stop joking." Cultivating essence energy was a process that requires ACCU mulation, especially after crystal formation realm. For each breakthrough in a minor realm, the required essence energy was exceedingly horrifying. Yi Yuan entered seclusion for a month, consumed so many jade spirit pills, and only broke through 5 realms. Making a last-ditch attempt at this juncture, wanting to break through, that was virtually something impossible. The reason why Zhao Cheng'an could break through was because he had already arrived at the bottleneck of the 7th level C transformation realm before, and did not go and break through all along. It was why the breakthrough went so smoothly. But Yi Yuan's present condition? He just had a breakthrough all the way to the 7th level crystal formation realm. Breaking through again was easier said than done. Yi Yuan said indifferently, "I'm not in the mood for joking. Didn't that Xue Zaihe use an origin spirit 9 transformations just now? How unfortunate. I know it too." Zhao Cheng'an was stunned and had yet to react to what was going on when Yi Yuan's aura erupted abruptly, unwittingly making people feel asphyxiated. Then Yi Yuan's aura rose rapidly under everyone's perception, directly breaking through the bottleneck for the 8th level crystal formation realm. Shangguan Lingyun stood up abruptly and looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief, muttering to himself, "How is this possible? Isn't this Origin Spirit's 9 transformation? Why does Ji Qing know this move too? This is the Xue family's highly guarded secret. Where did he learn it from? Why do I feel like Yi Yuan's attainments in this move are even above Xue Zaihe? Look, he has already broken through Pa S, said the 7th level crystal formation realm. This speed. Today's surprises are really round after round, making it too much for the eyes to take in. This time, there's another good show to watch. Although Yi Yuan's realm could not compare to Xue Zaihe, the upheaval from the breakthrough right now was only more and not less than his. Yi Yuan's cleansing sandal sacred flame was a top tier among tier 4 essence fires. Letting Yi Yuan use Origin Spirit 9 transformation was overly putting fine timber to petty use. Soon enough, Yi Yuan's realm broke through to peak 7th level crystal formation realm. However, this was not over yet. Yi Yuan's aura was still rising. Half-step C transformation. Yi Yuan's realm finally stopped at the level of half-step C transformation. Sadly, Yi Yuan did not have an essence energy C within his body. Otherwise, his realm could still rise more. Half-step C transformation was already the limits of his advancement. At this moment, how did Yi Yuan still had the appearance of essence energy being exhausted at all? Only to see him full of vigor and energy. He actually recovered to his peak condition again. Hiss. Everybody sucked in a cold breath. Origin Spirit 9 transformations is clearly the Xue family's ultimate trump card. But why do I feel that at this moment, the one Yi Yuan executed is the orthodox one? Could it be a misconception? Shangguan Lingxue said, with a frown. Not a misconception. Ji Qing's Origin Spirit 9 transformation is indeed much stronger than Xue Zaihe's. If not that his Dantian is already unable to contain even more essence energy, he might really be able to rise a few more realms. Shangguan Lingyun's face had a never-before solemnness. He previously even casually made the remark to go down and defeat Yi Yuan, then he would deliberately concede. Looking at it now, he was still too naive. Half-step C transformation, Yi Yuan, and the current him who was weak and who was strong was really hard to say. Zhao Qinggan's expression was ugly to the max. He rose 1 realm, and Yi Yuan rose 3 realms. So freaking exasperating. However, Zhao Qinggan did not think that Yi Yuan could beat him like this. After all, he was still a major realm higher than him. Between half-step C transformation and C transformation, realm lie to heaven and earth difference. Humph. Only a temporary increase in realm. I want to see how long you can last. Eat a spear from me first. A black-colored long spear in Zhao Qinggan's hands was extremely fierce. It was actually a 128 restrictions spirit artifact. In the past, when Yi Yuan fought with his opponents, he always held the advantage in weapons. But today, this was his first time losing out in weapons. However, this was not strange either. Zhao Qinggan was the son of the Wind Emperor. Forget about spirit artifacts. Even profound artifacts would not be lacking. It was just that Zhao Qinggan's present strength was still unable to unleash the might of profound artifacts. That was why he would use a spirit artifact, rank weapon. Zhao Qinggan's long spear danced. The tip of the spear actually swung out a crescent of light. The next instant, Zhao Qinggan's figure vanished from sight without the slightest sign. Qi. When it appeared again, a spear already said through Yi Yuan's chest. Yi Yuan stood on the spot and actually did not react at all. It's over like this. Isn't it too quick? Yeah, Ji Qing is so strong. Can't be that he can't even block one attack, right? No, wait. That was just an afterimage. What afterimage? Why would it exist for such a long time? Too fast. Because it was too fast. So in our eyes, he simply did not move at all. But the platform is only this big. Where did he go? Zhao Qinggan's brow furrowed, and he turned around suddenly, swinging the long spear around, only to hear a clank. The long spear directly smashed the ambus. Plussing sword light into dust. Yi Yuan's figure finally appeared before everyone's sight again. In an instant, everyone felt a very oppressive atmosphere undulating out. Although it was only a probing exchange, the two peoples might already made everyone have a clear understanding. Chapter 428. By the time Yi Yuan's silhouette appeared again, only then did the afterimage gradually dissipate. By the time Yi Yuan's silhouette appeared again, only then did the afterimage gradually dissipate. Such speed was simply unheard of. Indeed, you have some capabilities. No wonder you dare to provoke me. With this exchange, Zhao Cheng'an's expression also became grave. Very clearly, the half-step C transformation, Yi Yuan already had sufficient capital to pick a fight with him. You want to drag the time? Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Cheng'an with a half-smile. Although the Origin Spirit's 9 transformations was powerful, it was clearly just a temporary increase in realm. When the time limit hit, one would recover to their initial realm and also have a series of sequela. Of course, even so, this martial technique was powerful all the same. Back then, there were countless records in the Medicine King Hall. Ji Qinyan also felt that this martial technique was rather interesting, and it needed to use essence fires too, which was why he took notice of it. To think that today in the lower realms, he would see other people use this martial technique. But Zhao Cheng'an was not the slightest bit embarrassed, said, having his thoughts seen through. So what if yes? Nothing. I just want to tell you that I can last for 2 hours at half-step C transformation realm. So, stop scheming in vain, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. This time, Zhao Cheng'an's expression finally changed. 2 hours? Are you joking? The Shui family's family head, using the Origin Spirit's 9 transformations, can last for at most an hour's time. You can actually last twice his time. The Origin's Spirit 9 transformation. This technique was actually rather heaven-defying. Even Shui Zaiha, this dabbler, could break through 2 minor realms consecutively, let alone the Shui family's family head. However, Shui Zaiha's realm could only last for 15 minutes at most. Yi Yuan's lasting duration was actually twice of the Shui family's family head. How could Zhao Cheng'an not be astonished? If you don't believe, you can very well give it a try. Yi Yuan said coolly. Humph. Try then, try. Can you soar to the heaven? Zhao Cheng'an said with a cold snort. Zhao Cheng'an kept his spear and stood there, putting on a ready-to-attack starting stance. An aura which made people feel stifled crept out in all directions. Clearly just a simple posture. People who used the spear would all display this pose. Yet when Zhao Cheng'an summed it, it gave people a feeling of having no weakness to exploit. At this instant, Zhao Cheng'an and the long spear fused into one. The next attack was an earth-shattering attack. It's spear shadow carnage. My G.O.D. I heard that 7th Prince has already not used this move in front of outsiders for many years. This was the self-created ultimate skill that 7th Prince became famed for. I heard that back then. He merely relied on this one move to consecutively defeat over a dozen first-rate family's pinnacle geniuses, and finally he fought to a draw with Shangguan Lingyun. Ever since then, the number 1 position of Shangguan Lingyun and him became established. Today is really an eye-opener. This is the pinnacle battle of the Fierce Gale World's junior generation. Missing out on today, one would have to wait until who knows when. At this time, everyone seemed to have already forgotten what the original objective of this spouse finding martial compet. Taiyan was, and everyone was lost in this pinnacle battle. Facing someone such as Zhao Cheng'an, Yi Yuan's expression was also a never-before as grave. Yi Yuan was self-confident, but not conceited. Zhao Cheng'an was indeed the most powerful foe that he had encountered up to this date. The current Zhao Cheng'an was akin to a fiend G.O.D. descending. A simple starting stance was actually utilized to such a miraculous realm by him. One could see that Zhao Qinggan's comprehension towards the path of the spear had already reached an extremely profound realm. If his conjectures were correct, the true intent that Zhao Qinggan comprehended was precisely related to the spear. Yi Yuan knew the terror of this spear and would obviously not slight it, only to see him pointing to the skies with his sword, his figure transforming into 9 figures. It was precisely the Azure Dipper floating 0 sword art, 9 sword stance. Yi Yuan had already not used the 9 sword stance for a long time. Compared to the 1,000 flowing petals, its power was indeed slightly weaker. But the 9 sword stance also had merits that the 1,000 flowing petals could not match up to, and that was hard to capture movement technique, as well as powerful singular offensive might. The 1,000 flowing petals was the sort of sneaking in during the night time without making any sound, while the 9 sword stance was that sort of explosive style powerful. Furthermore, with Yi Yuan's comprehension of the supreme true intent growing deeper by the day, his application of the 9 sword stance had a new addition. Not only was the 9 sword stance not eliminated, but it also became another one of Yi Yuan's killing move instead. And today, the 9 sword stance saw the light of day yet again. Tyrant Martial Howling Cloud Spear. Spear. Shadow. Carnage. Zhao Qinggan enunciated each word. Azure Dipper floating 0 sword art. 9 sword stance. At practically the same instant, Yi Yuan's also uttered nonchalantly. The next moment, a shocking scene, which left everyone staring with their mouths agape, happened. On the stage, there were spear shadows and sword lights everywhere, leaving everyone unable to feast their eyes fully on it. Zhao Qinggan's spear shadows were grand and boundless, overwhelming power and might. Yi Yuan's sword lights dotted the skies like stars, being all-pervasive. Spear shadows and sword lights continuously clashed in the air, dissipating. They were colliding and dispersing continuously. The spear shadows and sword lights each occupied half of the platform. For a time, it was actually evenly matched. So strong. Is this the strength of pinnacle geniuses? Seriously too strong. In one breath, how many swords and spears do they want to unleash? 7th Prince's spear shadows. If anybody else were standing on the stage, they would probably have countless holes pierced through already, right? Also, Ji Qing's sword lights. What kind of martial technique is this? To actually release sword lights with 9 phantom images at the same time. Could it be that these 9 phantasms are all real bodies? Actually, from a certain degree, Ji Qing has already won. He's a full major realm lower than His Highness, the 7th Prince, and he actually fought to a draw with His Highness, the 7th Prince. This shows that in terms of concepts comprehension, Ji Qing Serpa S. said His Highness far too much. However, His Highness, the 7th Prince, already comprehended true intent. What on earth did he, Ji Qing, comprehend? Yi Yuan's performance already completely Serpa S. said everyone's understanding. Martial artists who comprehended true intent were invincible existences among those of the same generation, unless the opponent likewise comprehended true intent. Otherwise, one would only get mauled. All along, it had only been Zhao Qinggan leaping ranks to challenge others. But today he was forced to such an extent by Yi Yuan with half-step C transformation realm strength. Indeed, from a certain degree, he was already utterly defeated, except that the result from a fight was never something that can be determined with certainty. The strong would not possibly pity the weak either. Once they stepped onto the stage, one would only see the outcome and not look at the process. The advantage of Zhao Qinggan's realm was reflected very quickly. He launched spear after spear, wildly, squandering his essence energy. The balance on the stage was broken. only to see those power spear shadows gradually overshadow the sword lights. Zhao Chenggan actually became more valiant as he fought. The unleash, plussing of spears became increasingly faster too. The spear shadows continuously engulfed the sword lights, gradually reducing Yi Yuan's boundary. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ruyan was practically on the verge of suffocating. Her fingernails already sunk deep into the flesh, cutting into her palm. But she was oblivious. Very soon, spear shadows occupied the greater half of the platform. Yi Yuan's defense radius only had an extremely small piece left. Everyone held their breaths. Once the spear shadows breached the sword lights, Yi Yuan's outcome would be being impaled by spear shadows. Mustn't have anything happen. Muse. Xiao Ruyan's tears failed to live up to her expectations and flowed down once more.